Okay, we are going to reconvene the meeting of the Mount Diablo Unified School District Governing Board for February 23rd, 2022. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to join me in a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now our translator is going to make an announcement.
Good evening, everybody. Just a quick announcement about interpretation services to Spanish speakers. Buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Esta noche, como todas las noches, estará proveyendo el servicio de interpretación al español. Si desea escuchar esa información en español, por favor, acérquese al escenario donde se encuentra el maletín negro para recibir su aparato de escucha. Gracias.
Thank you. I'm now going to do roll call. Trustee Fowler.
Here.
Trustee Mason. Is here. Trustee Mayo.
Here.
Trustee McFerrin.
Here.
Trustee Cowan.
Here.
And let the record show that Trustee Nzewi is unable to join us tonight. That would take us to the approval of the agenda. Dr. Clark, we'll wait for you to get to your seat.
No changes.
No changes?
No.
I think if the rest of the board does not object, I will move board comments to the end of the agenda. Is that agreeable with everybody? All right. That takes us to reporting out from our close.
To adopt.
Okay, yes, for the agenda.
Madam President, I move the board adopt the agenda as presented with the exception of moving board comments to the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Second.
Question, Madam President?
Yes.
Do we want to consider moving item 17.2 up or any item that has children present to speak?
I'm going to deal with that when we get to public comment. I'm
Thank
already
you.
going to have kids talk first. So
Thank you.
was that a second then?
And second.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
We didn't say we were changing anything. We're just when we got to board comment. The board, yes. Yes, you're right. Thank you. We good? Okay. Should I do a roll call on that one? Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
Trustee Cowan,
Yes.
and I vote that as well. So the board reports will be, I started with her, right? Trustee Fowler, I thought I started with you. Okay. Closed session, 7.1 negotiations. The board received information. 7.2, we had 2 actions. In closed session, the board considered the non-reelective release of 15 of probationary certificated employees under Ed Code Section 44929.21 and voted by a vote of 4, which would be McFerrin, Mason, Mayo, and Cowan in favor. No votes against and 1 absent, which would be Trustee Nzewi. To direct the district to send notice that there will be non-reelected and released at the end of 2021-2022 school year from their certificated positions. We also voted in closed session to consider the release of 2 of our certificated administrative employees under Ed Code Section 44951, 44929.21, with a vote of 4, Mason, McFerrin, Mayo, and Cowan in favor, and 0 against, 1 absent, which is Trustee Nzewi. To direct the district to send notice that there will be non-reelected and released at the end of the 2021-2022 school year from their certificated administrative positions. And for 7.3, the board voted for, which is Mason, McFerrin, Mayo, and Cowan, to readmit a student C-22 to the Mount Dabo School District, placement to be determined by Student Services. Trustee Nzai was absent for the vote. We now get to public comment. As you know, public comment period is usually 30 minutes. The board can listen to you, but we cannot comment. We cannot ask clarifying questions. We can't do anything but be sympathetic and take in the information we're receiving. We have a lot of public comment, but what I would like to do, irregardless if they were wanting to speak on the budget cuts or during regular public comment, I would like any students that have turned in a card to line up here, and we'll hear student comments first. So if you turned in a card, could someone fix a microphone for them, please? And we'll find their card. Yeah. Now, first thing we need you to do is say your name very loudly and clearly so we can get your card, okay? I don't know if we have the ability to do that, but we will if we do. So go ahead and state your name. It's on. Go ahead, hon.
Hello?
There you go.
There we go. There we go. I'm scared. Hello, board members. My name is Avery Tyrell. I'm a fourth grader at Silverwood Elementary School. I come here to discuss an issue that is important to me, instrumental music. When I started music, I thought it was something that I would not enjoy. I soon found out that music was a part of me that I did not even know I was missing. Now it is an essential part of my life, and every time I pick up my cello, it brings me great joy. I am a person with anxiety, and playing my cello calms me down in a way that nothing else can. It's not just the music itself. My teacher, Miss Whitfield, has dedicated her life to music. Just her presence is soothing. It helps to know that she persevered through music. Please don't take away music from me and future generations. Yours truly, Avery.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Sanvi Panda. I'm a 7th grader at Sequoia Middle School. During the last meeting, I spoke about what music means to me. But I'm only one person in our entire music program in this district. So here is what music means to some other students. Kara Flint, 7th grader, said, "Music helps me know what I'm feeling on the inside. Sometimes I don't recognize my own feelings, and music helps bring my spirit out of the dark from when no one else is there." Another student, Eva Berry, 6th grader, said, "There is music all around me. When I am outside, I can hear the wind whistle like a flute and the bushes rattle like drums. When I hear and play music, I can close my eyes and see and feel different colors and images. Music is art to me." Cameron Vital, 8th grader, said, "Music has always been an outlet for me. When I can't express my emotions in words, I'm able to create and make something out of anything I feel. Music unifies and connects people even when they don't know each other. I don't know, nor do I want to know, who I would be without music." And these are only a handful of the hundreds of students in our district's music program. These students are willing to do anything for their music program to stay. They're willing to fundraise, ask for donations, come up with other creative ideas to help their music program. Don't cut the music program yet. Give the students a chance to help as well.
Thank you. Thank you, hon. Next.
Hi, my name's Isabella Morello, and I go to Diablo View Middle School. I don't think you should cut the music program because it gives people like a chance to find out who they are and who they want to become. Especially during the pandemic, music was something we could all grasp onto and like, I guess, like really find ourselves in like such a tragedy. So cutting music would just be like taking away such a big part of all of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Monterosa. I am a sixth grader at Pine Hollow Middle School. I'm in the band now. I would like to talk to you about why I think the band program in elementary school is important to keep for fourth grade and as well fifth grade. I feel that being in the band has created a welcoming community for kids to go learn a new instrument and have a good time. I feel that also by being in the band, we have been able to grow and learn together while learning our instruments. In elementary, I knew everyone in the band class then. The next year, I went to a brand new school where I barely knew anybody, but I had my band class. I saw a lot of the kids who were in the band class in elementary school, and it is scary at a new place, but having some kids you know helps to take that fright away. I know what life is like without band. It is sad not knowing the joy of music. Band was the motivation to change my behavior. I wasn't making the best choices in school, but my parents told me that if I worked hard to become better in school, I would be able to join the band. And I did. I worked hard to change the way I was behaving so that I could join band and get that experience. If I hadn't joined the band, I would be doing the same things in school, or I would be getting worse. I think that if the band class is taken away, there are going to be kids who are not going to change their behavior because they wouldn't have band as that motive to work hard and get into the band community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brenna Fordham, and I'm a seventh grader at El Dorado Middle School, and I wrote a poem. Music is what children need. In school, music helps you succeed. Music helps set goals. Music is good for the souls. Those who make music tend to exceed. So let them use their reeds, their bows, their strings. Let them make music, hear the acoustic, the drums and the dings, the singing rings from the strings, the winds and the brass, and percussion at last.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Bodie Bettinger. I am from College Park High School, ninth grade, and I think it's important to keep music because it helps engage all of the different parts of the brain when you have to like read music and like communicate it into like playing the instrument. And I think it's no coincidence that when I was graduating from seventh grade, that during that when they had like the honor roll group, I found that it was not surprising that when I looked around, most of the kids in the honor roll were also in were also playing instruments, and that's why I think we should keep instrumental music.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Braden Heller Robbins. I am a sixth grader and I go to Diablo View Middle School. When I started band about in fourth grade, it was the beginning of, well, when I started band, I played trombone, and when the pandemic hit, it was one of the only things that like kept me through the actual outbreak. So I would sit in my room for hours just practicing, and I find it's an amazing outlet for kids of all ages, and just to have something to do on your own, and especially something where you could not go outside and play with your friends, and just something to do that you could relate to, and something that you could just impress and show to your peers and family members. And I just found a great outlet to express not only myself, but to make friends with other people who share common interests. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ollie Liu. I am a freshman at College Park High School, and I play the violin. I've been playing the violin since 4th grade and I do not regret it one bit. I love playing the violin. I think it's helped me so much and it just really opened my eyes to a lot more things. And I feel like if you were to shut it down for the 4th graders, it would just not turn out very well. I remember last year when we were in the pandemic, I was doing all my stuff on school, my classes, and playing the violin on Zoom is definitely not very good. While we still had classes, I still felt myself kind of slowly just falling away from the violin, getting worse and worse instead of better. And now imagine having that but for 4th graders without even going a single year. When they should have been able to accomplish so much in 4th grade, they would now have to postpone that till 5th grade, creating a domino effect for later on just grades. And then especially if you're a 5th grader or 6th grader and you have to be stuck with like lower class, instead of like being able to go out further and play harder, better pieces. It also is proven to when you play an instrument, it's proven to help with memory and visual and performance skills, as well as decrease stress and motor skills. And so that's why I think you should keep it till 4th grade or to the 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Nobile Liu. I'm a 4th grader at Strandwood Elementary School. I want to give you a few reasons why I want the music program to stay open for 4th graders. It's fun and I really enjoy it. It's also fun to learn new things about the instrument I play. My music teacher, Miss Bromley, is funny and makes learning fun and easy to do. I would feel sad if the 4th grade music program shut down, and when I'm in 5th grade, I would still feel sad because the 4th graders won't be able to play next year while I'm still playing. I would also love it to stay open because the concerts we play will be amazing. And I think that we would love it because we hadn't done a concert yet. And with all the instruments playing at once, it would sound amazing and I would love it. For these reasons, I hope you keep the 4th grade music program.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maya Kojima and I'm in 4th grade from Highlands Elementary. These are my reasons why I appreciate all the time I've had in orchestra and why I think it should stay. Being a band member is awesome because we get to learn new things with new people. When I first moved here, my brother was in 4th grade and he was able to start playing on an instrument and I was so jealous. This year, I was finally able to play and it has been awesome. Miss Conklin, my music teacher, said we might not be able to play next year. I was devastated. Music means so much to me. I grew up around music. My dad plays, my mom played, and so did my brother. I was really hoping to be able to play next year, and I'm positive that many others are too. Please keep the music program going so I can further my growth and love for music. I hope you can consider my thoughts and reconsider yours. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Maggie Kram-Schuster and I go to Pleasant Hill Middle School and I'm in the 6th grade. I play violin. I believe that music creates happiness in the player and in the listener. The music room is a supportive and beautiful environment for kids to learn and helps with creative outlets. I believe it would be a foolish decision not to keep music because it brings so much kids so much happiness. So I believe we should keep the music program.
Thank you.
Dear board members, my name is Will and I'm a junior at Concord High School.
You are a large junior, Will. Go ahead.
My fellow student, Sky, started a change.org petition in order to put together votes to keep the instrumental music program, and we got over 3,000 signatures in just a week. Music is a very important part to the human experience, whether you're just a casual listener or a professional musician. It can affect us in many ways. I think this is why schools should make music available and encourage kids to keep trying it. You know, STEM is critical. We know that the sports is very big to our community, so we should keep arts at the same height. You know, we shouldn't treat them expendable. Teachers are at the front lines of our education. If you cut them off, you also cut the opportunities for our children and the future generations. I think we should keep elementary music.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and esteemed board members. My name is Lucy Getz, and I'm a junior at Concord High School, where I play the clarinet in the marching band. The instrumental music program is a big part of the reason I chose to attend Concord High. Our program runs on passion, but wouldn't be where it is today without a strong foundation, one which starts in 4th grade, where students learn the basics of their instruments and fall in love with music for the first time. Over 1/3 of all 4th and 5th graders are involved in a music program which contributes to better academic achievement, builds a community, and serves as an equalizer for students of all backgrounds, one that directly contributes to the success of middle and high school programs. Music needs to start in 4th grade. It's hard to envision a world without elementary music. It's so crucial. For kids who are disengaged in their classes, music is interesting. For kids who have difficult home lives, music is an escape. For kids who struggle in math or English but love playing the trumpet, music gives them a place to feel successful. And for everyone who joins an instrumental music program, music is a family. And on behalf of this family, all of the 4th and 5th graders who have only just begun their music journey, and those who are about to embark on their own, I beg you not to take this away from them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey board members, my name is Shane. I'm a sophomore at UC Berkeley and I'm studying music and education. I stood before you almost 2 years ago now as a high school senior, and you know, I came back because this is important. I want to talk to you a little about why I'm devoting my life to music pedagogy and why at the music in the elementary school levels in both elementary levels is absolutely crucial. Going through K through 12, I wasn't very good at math, science, history, English, but I was pretty good at music. It took me a little long to realize that though. I didn't have music until 6th grade. I didn't have elementary school music. While my friends in elementary school were being congratulated and excelling at various subjects, I was falling behind. There was no one subject that I could say I was very good at. I felt ostracized and alone, and I didn't have a whole lot of friends. It's not a coincidence that once I started music in middle school, my grades improved. I had friends who I'm still close with today, and I actually for once looked forward to going to school. For a while, I was pretty content with myself until Contra Costa County Honor Band in 2019. I started interacting with people that did have elementary school music. I was one of the least experienced musicians there and consequently one of the worst. The same was true at Diablo Wind Symphony and also at UC Berkeley. It's hard working so hard at something that you love and continually underperform, all because you're just 2 years behind, something you had no choice over at all. Those 2 years of elementary school music are so incredibly vital. Basic ear training is so hard to learn later in life. Any musician will tell you that. Starting to hear pitch is something you can produce and alter and develop. The younger you are that you learn that, it's like a language. It's exactly like that. Music aside, that's the age when kids start to develop passions and identity. Elementary school music's been cut before, and you know, it's been said that we were like fine. We weren't. My sophomore year, we competed at a jazz competition and came in 50th place out of 52. There were many middle schools that beat us. I believe actually all of them did. Our instrumentation has gotten very unbalanced. Bassoons that require more fine skill like bassoon, oboe, bass trombone, English horn, French horn. I can count on one hand how many people have played those instruments throughout my high school experience. My freshman year, we cut the second jazz ensemble, putting everybody in a single group. And that was an incredibly difficult teaching scenario for both the teacher and the musicians. The pieces that we've read all throughout my high school career were of a much easier difficulty than what groups were doing before. We don't have any middle school marching bands in this district. By the way, that's not normal. Every single person in the UC Berkeley marching band marched in middle school. My middle school symphonic band had 8 people. Symphonic bands usually have 50 plus. I'm supposed to be at a dress rehearsal right now for the UC Berkeley Symphonic Band, but when I told my wind ensemble director, who happens to be the director of Cal Band, what was going on, he told me he's not going to see me at rehearsal today for a dress rehearsal. Our concert is on Friday. Two of my friends came here, my friends from Cal that didn't go through this program, but they understood how important it was. And if this wasn't an emergency meeting, the whole Cal Band would be here right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, board members and Dr. Clark. I am Ethan Barrows. You just heard from my brother. I am Triangle, also known as Ethan Barrows. I come before you to continue a legacy I hope ends with me. My brother, as you heard, started his musical career in his 6th grade year, while I had the opportunity to start it in elementary school. Berkeley, he's going to Berkeley and majoring in music. I started my musical journey in elementary school then because I had the option to. Because of that option and the choice I made to introduce a musical element into my life, I have realized that that was one of the most important and best decisions I have ever made. The experiences and joy and just pure happiness I have felt throughout my musical career and the friends I've made along the way have vastly outnumbered any experience I've ever felt in my life. This is probably the most important thing in my life, and I will stand up for anything and anyone who tries to take it away from anyone who is trying to join this experience. I would not be the same person if I had not joined music when I was in elementary school. This year, the Concord High School Instrumental Music Program is going to Disneyland in April and performing on Main Street and getting the opportunity to play real-time music in a professional Disney recording studio. If that doesn't sound fun, I don't know what will. You are proposing to cut this amount of joy and happiness and experiences and friends and trips and education and opportunity out of countless of generations of kids should this cut pass and stay in for years to come. You are removing the opportunity for these kids to learn a new hobby and a potential career for their future. You are cutting a possible path out of their life entirely. Think about if someone you had no idea even existed was making decisions for the life and the career that you are in now or had previously. Your life would be completely different and you would be a completely different person. You might not even be in this room here today. All of the effort and time and satisfaction you put into your career would be gone. You are making decisions for these kids who don't even know what a bassoon is, or an oboe, or a tuba, or a cello. They don't know the difference between a violin or a viola, an alto sax or a tenor sax. They don't know the joy of performing on stage and knowing that hearing the roar of the audience's applause, the applause is for them. I ask you please to not cut 4th grade elementary instrumental music from the reduction list. I ask you to find cuts elsewhere so that future children may be able to experience the joy and happiness that comes from the decision to pick up an instrument. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esteemed members of the Board of Education and to the Honorable Dr. Clark. My name is Abhiram Makapati and I'm a junior at Concord High School. Music is an important part of our daily lives. In an era of fast-paced communication and instant gratification, music has the power to uplift the human spirit and provide us with a lens through which we interpret the world. When we strip this tool from the lives of the uneducated and young, we deny future generations a chance at advancing and becoming more than they ever thought they could be. These children don't yet know the impact of music or exactly what's going on. I remember when I first picked up my instrument in 4th grade and I did not know the profound impact those 40 seconds would have on my life. I picked up my saxophone for the first time and just blew. It sounded god awful. It was atrocious. Like it was the worst thing I'd ever heard. But you know what? My 4th grade self looked at me and I thought, dang, I sound pretty snazzy. I was like, so good. And that boost of confidence, those 40 seconds inspired me to keep playing for the next 8 years of my life. It inspired me to play right into high school, where I am now a member of the marching and symphonic band. It has provided me with a chance for new experiences I never dreamed of, chances to perform that one could only imagine, friendships I now know that I couldn't live without. It provided freedom and opportunity. Each note I played was an escape, my own lyrical essay through which I expressed my thoughts, feelings, and opinions. So many of us here today know how important music is to students and who find a home and a comfort in the familiarity of the band room. Fourth grade music was where it all started. Cutting fourth grade music will be a negative in the long run, both in the quality of the student experiences and the programs themselves. When arts are cut, we sometimes don't truly understand the value they hold to so many, like those here tonight, like me, like the 3,000 plus signatories of the petition to save the music. To everybody in this room, I am here because I care about my district and I care about the future students of the MDUSD district. And so I humbly ask you not to cut the fourth grade instrumental music program. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before you start, generally speaking, our public comment period is for 30 minutes. I'm going to extend it for another 15 so we can hear from more of you. Youth, go ahead.
Dear Superintendent Dr. Clark, esteemed members of the board, and everyone who is here tonight. My name is Lexi Lanton. I'm a junior at Concord High School, and I'm here tonight to be the voice of the 4th and 5th grade musicians and ask you to please save the instrumental music program in elementary schools. By cutting this program, you would be eliminating the fundamental building blocks that create brilliant musicians and even more brilliant minds. I feel I am qualified and compelled to talk on this topic as I started my musical journey in elementary school, starting with the cello, then later playing instruments like the violin, clarinet, bass clarinet, euphonium, and sousaphone. Throughout elementary school, I was constantly bullied and didn't have very many friends, so I turned to music as a way of escaping reality. I am forever grateful that I was able to join the music program in elementary school because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have joined band in middle or high school. In the last few years, I found the most accepting, caring, and inclusive space that I genuinely doubt I'll find anywhere else. By cutting funding to 4th grade music, you would be depriving these kids of that amazing, safe, and inclusive space that band and music have created together. Music is very, very important to have in life and can help kids greatly. Just like me and for many others, music is a getaway for us, a universal language and a way for people young or old to connect and bond over. I understand you have a difficult decision to make, but I would encourage you to keep this program as it isn't going to cost the district that much money, and what we gain in return through the community is worth the investment. Cut away from 4th grade music. Cut elsewhere so that these students can have the same experience that I did. This program matters to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jordan Hernandez, and I'm a freshman in the Concord High School percussion line. In 1st grade, I was diagnosed with blood cancer. I wasn't fully back into school until about 4th grade. My kids were deciding what they liked or who their best friends were. I was fighting for my life. So when a sign-up sheet came around my 4th grade classroom to sign up for band and orchestra, I instantly jumped up and put my name down for violin. Violin was my first passion, and I will never forget it. Violin fed into saxophone and now percussion starting this year. And I'm not going to say every child's story is going to be like mine. Some students will leave their instruments in 5th grade or 8th grade, but there are students like me. He picked up an instrument in elementary school and instantly found that love. So let there be more students like me, like most of the students behind me, to have the option to have this passion at a young age. So to the MDUSD school board members who want to vote to take away this option as a passion to young students, please know this. Elementary school music enables students to have the option to choose and to pick up an instrument. If not given this option in 4th grade, they won't wait until 5th or 6th and maybe not ever pick up an instrument. In a district like ours, the instrumental music program is treated as a secondary and expendable. We need both 4th and 5th elementary school music. The Concord High program saved me. The lifelong memories, the friends, and the lessons that go beyond just music in the program is irreplaceable. So let kids be able to feed into this program, into any music program. Let these young children have the option to discover a passion that will lead them through the rest of their educational career and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Medina, and I'm a junior at Concord High. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of my little cousins and any other little kid that can't speak for themselves. I first started to get into music when I was in elementary school, when I first picked up the trombone. I still remember when the sign up for us to join instrumental music went around. I got so excited that when I got home, I begged my mom to let me join. and let me start the love of music in a new way. Thankfully, she did, and I'm so grateful for her. This was the start of a new journey for me, a new thing that inspired me more. Music became a way for me to express myself, a way where I could be myself without getting judged, without getting told that I wasn't good enough. Music is one of the biggest equalizers. In music, it doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, what your religion is, or what your preferences are. All that matters is that you enjoy music and that you are having a good time. I say this because when you're playing music, nothing else matters. It's like the rest of the world melts away and you are just there in the moment. If you have ever been in band, you would see that they all become more than friends. You become a family and you are there for each other whenever you need it. Band is where I found the people that make me feel like I belonged, make me feel I can be myself, that I was enough, and make me feel accepted. This is a matter that affects all of our community. So please take everything that we say into consideration before making your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Cervantes. I am a sophomore at Concord High, and I've been playing violin since 4th grade. 1 in every 3. 1 right now, 1 right then. 1 of our own have bought, rented, or even loaned, small but big in potential, is worth small but a huge in potential, so basic but so essential. Like clay, they shall be shaped by what they play, every note, every rhythm, every forte, day by day, note for note, music making us, creating us, shaping us into who we are today. You look, just look at us. We're high schoolers. You raised us, you praised us, and yet you still, unfortunately, you managed to cut us at our feet, at our foundation, our base. It's clear, it's unfortunate, but it's the case. It shouldn't be about the numbers or the saves, but about the children and its change. And you say it's a change for tomorrow, a change that, you know, a change until, I'm so sorry, a change for tomorrow until we, a change for tomorrow. Tomorrow is, I'm so sorry. It's a change for tomorrow, but tomorrow is too tomorrow. It is too late. A break is a break. It's broken and it'll ache, broken and snapped like a string on my violin. It's gone, unusable, and won't return, for heaven's sake. So I ask again, request and demand, if music is really worth it for the money, the aggravation, and the frustration. Here's my answer. Music is always worth our time. Music should not be denied. Music is our lives.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Avdienko, and I'm a sophomore speaking on behalf of the students of the Northgate Music Program. My personal experience is that I started percussion in 4th grade. Yes, I was forced, but it was pretty fun. Until I discovered the amazing worlds of classical and jazz music in the 7th grade when I picked up the bass. This instrument has become my life. That's why I'm here today. Music has taught me community and teamwork more than any academic class has in my entire academic career. Music has developed my self-esteem, patience, and work ethic, which are all factually related to career success and graduation rates. In terms of how this potential cut affects the high school community, less elementary school music means less students will join middle school programs, decreasing the quality and quantity of music in the district. Additionally, after a year of online school and close to no social interaction, a greater need for applied social emotional learning, this is the time for it. This is the time for it. Music gives students the opportunity to work together, grow together, and most importantly, play together. If the board were to reduce elementary school music, it would not simply be cutting a program, but destroying the youngest members of a lush and impactful community. Thus, this sends the message that music and the arts are an insignificant aspect of education, when in reality, art is everything in life and it should be fostered at a high level early. Music is the primary and often the only manner in which I and many other students find a creative outlet in. I ask you, why are the arts always the first to go when budget cuts become necessary, when it can be considered the single most enriching and well-rounded aspect of our education? Board members, I urge you to not cut fourth grade music, now or forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready when you are.
I'm Fallon and I'm at Westwood and I don't like wearing my mask because
Go ahead.
What grade are you in, hon?
What grade are you in?
First grade. I don't like wearing my mask because I can't breathe as well.
Well, thank you for coming down and letting us know. Okay, does that conclude our student speakers? Can we thank them all for coming down tonight and sharing their thoughts with us? So we have time for about 2 more public comments. So who was next on the? So Josie Bromley.
Hello, Josie Bromley, elementary instrumental music for, I don't know, 21 years in this district alone. I just want to raise one point for your consideration. If indeed you choose to eliminate 6.1 teachers, FTE, they are people, you'll be eliminating, I hate to say this out loud, the youngest teachers, including Northgate High School's new teacher, El Dorado and Pine Hollow's new teacher, Oak Grove Middle School's new teacher. They have 2 of them, one choir, one instrumental, as well as at least 1, if not more, elementary general music teachers. And that leaves those holes to be filled by those of us left over in the elementary instrumental music program. And yeah, we're credentialed to do that. We have our single subject K-12 credentials. And so we are qualified by the state to teach at any level. But the reason why I've done 21 years of elementary general music and instrumental is because that's my niche. That's where I love to be. And it would be a disservice to then plop me into high school or a middle school program. The people who are teaching those programs, they are right for those programs. They know that that's where they want to be. So I'd like you to reconsider those positions and remember that those are they're special positions, and we don't want to change that up. We're just getting some new blood in those schools where well, one of them, you know, we had our long time 20+ years director at Northgate. And now we're just reinvigorating, getting started with a new person who was vetted and really chosen to be at that school. We have someone new at Oak Grove who is liking being at Oak Grove, I'm sorry. And he's the, I don't know, 5th one in as many years. And he wants to come back. We have a young guy over at El Dorado and Pine Hollow who wants to be at those 2 schools. And it's just an important consideration. I'm not sure if you've all really listened to that and thought about it. But also on the budget, it was budgeted at 12.1. And we never had 12 staff. We had 10.3, I believe. And so if we cut that just down to 5th grade, then we're looking at 6.1. I don't know what the chances are of really filling all 6 of those positions and trying to run that whole program. 29 schools with 6 teachers. That's at least 4 for most of us. And I've done that before. I had 5 schools when we first brought this program back. I was run ragged just trying to do 5th grade. So please reconsider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're going to finish us off for the night, so finish strong.
Hi, my name's Sophia. I am in 4th grade and I go to Mountain View Elementary School. Me and my friend made a few reasons that we should keep band, and I also play the flute. My few reasons are music is what helps us grow in life and helps us learn to work hard. Without it, the world wouldn't be the same. Music has a very good connection with relaxation, and when music classes come along, people can get a lot of weight off their shoulders. Music teaches kids about their cultures and religions. Every song kids learn in music or choir has a backstory to it. So please don't cancel music class.
Thank you. Drop the mic. Oh, okay. We're now moving on to communications. District organizations at regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. Anita Johnson. Yeah.
Good evening. I am Anita Johnson, president of the Mount Diablo Education Association. My pronouns are she and her. Medea is a united group of educators working together for the benefit of the students of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Medea joins with parents in opposing cuts to the instrumental music program, the Diablo Day program, and the elimination of secondary libraries and other reductions that will reduce services to students. Yes, some positions need to be eliminated due to declining enrollment, but the students who remain deserve strong educational programs that includes instrumental music, secondary libraries, and the Diablo Day program. Now is not the time to be asking students to make sacrifices. Now is not the time to be eliminating services that provide social, emotional support and learning. I invite anyone who can hear me to attend our community information meeting on March the 2nd at 7 p.m. The meeting will be virtual. You can find the link on our website, ourmedea.org, on the community information page. We want to talk with anyone who can help us resolve this conflict. We've reached out to management and gotten no response. We've reached out to board members. We've had a few conversations, but not enough. Please talk with us about these issues. Both the bargaining conflict and Dr. Clark's proposed budget reductions stem from the same problem. The budget projections management is proposing overinflate expenses and underestimate revenues. There is no structural deficit. This district receives enough funding to provide a quality education with quality employees. Our students deserve the best. All students deserve as much individualized attention and support as possible. Medea's proposals would lower class sizes. Staffing ratios for transitional kindergarten classes will ensure that these students are safe, that their first learning experience is positive, and that they have the attention they need for their development. Even though the ratios Medea is proposing are in the new state law, the district continues to reject this requirement. Establishing lower class size rate limits for alternative high schools will ensure that those students receive the extra attention and individualized support they need. Eliminating combination classes will ensure that all students in classes with students at the same grade level and would result in smaller average class sizes. Our students deserve the best. The students of this district need a qualified teacher in every classroom and a qualified employee in every position. Medea's proposal is reasonable. Salary schedules have not been increased since 2017. A 12.5% increase is necessary to remain competitive and to mitigate the effects of inflation over the 6-year period between 2017 and the end of the contract period in 2024. 12.5% over 6 years is barely more than 2% per year. Inflation is much higher than that. 12.5% over 6 years is reasonable. Medea's proposal is affordable. The per pupil funding from the state has increased by 12% over the last 4 years and is projected to increase by more than 9% in the next 2 years. Combined, this represents more than a 21% increase. Medea's proposal is affordable. Management's refusal to share financial information has undermined the trust that is necessary to reach agreement. The auditors and professional consultants who have reviewed the books have confirmed that no accounting rules were violated. That's great. We never suggested that accounting rules were being violated. The auditors and the professional consultants have offered no opinion on if the multi-year projections represent the best uses of funds for students. Auditors and consultants are not responsible for the students. The board is responsible for students, and each board member must look at the proposed spending plan and determine if they believe the assumptions are reasonable and in the best interest of students. Do you believe the multi-year projections represent the best spending plan that is best for students? The district's ending balance grew last year to $89 million. This is sufficient cushion that there is no need for budget projections that significantly overestimate expenses. The excessive padding that management has built into the budget will very likely result in an additional $60 million in unspent funding this year, bringing the ending balance to over $150 million. If the ending balance grows again this year, will you realize the lost opportunities that represents? Will you regret your decision to support an overly conservative spending plan? If so, what will you wish you had done differently? Now is the time to request from management a spending plan that prioritizes students. In conclusion, please hear me. This is no longer the appropriate time to be asking employees and students to make sacrifices. We expect that you will honor our work, value us, and conclude negotiations quickly with a just and fair settlement. We are here tonight to tell you that we will fight for the district our students need. If your management team will not engage in dialogue, and you will not engage in dialogue, what other option do we have to resolve this conflict? What other option do we have?
Mark Jones.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Clark. As you may or may not know, we have reached impasse with the district, just as 3 of the other unions have. Our first mediation date is scheduled for March 10th. While the union recognizes the district's most recent movement on their latest offer, our bargaining committee, which is built of district employees, cannot in good faith accept and recommend the most recent offer. We are almost 6 years behind in wages, and based on today's economy, the proposed increase would not address the inequities our members face every day. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Our members cannot afford to work in this district much longer if the district fails to recognize and address the salaries. It is the union's hope and intent to settle this in mediation, and we hope that the district and the board feel the same. Thank you.
All righty, that takes us to 10.1, recognitions and resolutions, review and potential approval of resolution 21/22-53 in recognition of Women's History Month. Dr. Clark.
Thank you very much, President Mason. I would like to bring to the board this evening a resolution to recognize American women everywhere. So please bear with me as I read the first paragraph and the concluding paragraph. Whereas American women of every culture, class, and ethnic background have participated in the founding and building of our nation, made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation, and played a critical role in shaping the economic, cultural, and social fabric of our society. And now therefore be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District proclaims that the month of March as Women's History Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional materials. And be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to all schools within the district. Madam President, this resolution is now in the hands of the board.
Thank you. Trustee Count.
Madam President, I move to approve Resolution 21/22-53 in recognition of Women's History Month, March 2022.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, do we have any comments? Did you have a comment?
Yeah.
Trustee Fowler, go.
Well, yes, it's Women's History Month next month. Super exciting. I just wanted to say that I look up to this whole entire board that is filled with women. A lot of them don't have that. I know when I showed my LA Unified Student Board member that it was all women, she was like, oh my God, I've never heard of that. So that was fun. And then I also would like to point out that Concord High does have an Empowered Women Club, which I thought was really cool. So I got to speak to our club leader about that a little bit and what they do. And then I just wanted to point out and appreciate the progress this woman has made in history. I know we still have tons more to do, tons more, but I'm so happy that this resolution is brought to the board, and I definitely vote yes on this.
Thank you so much, Trustee Fowler. Just to follow up on that, I was reminded recently that Ruth Bader Ginsburg, when asked about the Supreme Court, when there will be enough women, how many women, should there be on the Supreme Court before we have parity and equality? And her answer was, when the Supreme Court is all women, that's when we'll have equality, because it's been all men before, right? So why couldn't it be all women? So I think this is one example of leadership that we can have in this country and locally as well. That clearly women can lead and lead well, and will continue to do the great work. So great to have you on this board as well.
All right. Having said that, Trustee Fowler, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, and that passes. Means that would be 4 plus our student board member and 1 absentee. Confusing tonight. It's not usual we have someone absent, actually. We're pretty good about attending all the meetings. 10.2, review and potential approval of resolution 21/22-54 in recognition of National School Breakfast Week during the week of March 7th through 11th, 2022. Dr. Clark.
President Mason, we are very proud to bring this resolution for consideration to the board, especially since the increased meal distributions that have taken place throughout our district and throughout the great state of California. And so, so please bear with me as I read the opening and closing paragraph of this resolution. Whereas the National School Breakfast Program has served our nation admirably for 45 years through advanced practices and nutrition education. And whereas the National School Breakfast Program is dedicated to the health and well-being of our nation's children. And now therefore be it resolved by the Mount Diablo Unified School District Board of Education that it celebrates National School Breakfast Week from March 7th through March 11th, 2022. Madam President, I now put this resolution in the hands of the board.
Thank you. Board members?
Madam President, I move the board adopt the resolution 21/22-54 in recognition of National School Breakfast Week.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments before we vote?
Just a huge thank you to all of our food service employees. You have not only fed our students in our schools, but you fed the community. And, you know, we appreciate every single thing that you do.
Very true. Okay, Trustee Fowler.
Yes.
And that passes. Oh, this is going to mess me up all night. 4, 1 absent, and our student is in occurrence with us. All righty. Next item on our agenda are reports and information. 11.1, review administrative teacher ratio calculation report. Dr. Clark.
Yes, Madam President, we're bringing this information. We're bringing this item as information to the board. Every year, the district is required to present. We present to the California Department of Education our administrator and teacher ratio. And although we are allowed to have 8 administrators per 100 teachers, as you can see from the document, that our number is at the lowest that it's been in recent history, and it's down to 5.12 administrators per 100 teachers. So we're well below the 8 that we are allotted to have. So again, this is information. It's on our agenda. It's on our website for anyone who would like to see that. But there's no action that needs to be taken, but it's just information only. Any questions?
We have one speaker and then we'll take questions. Dan Reynolds.
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Dan Reynolds. I'm the executive director of the Mount Diablo Education Association. This item is a review of administrator to teacher ratios. This report is BS. You're being asked to sit and listen to a report that claims that although the state prohibits y'all from having an admin to teacher ratio above 8:1, that you should be happy that yours is below that. That's BS. It's fluff. It is an attempt by district management to smokescreen the fact that the superintendent is proposing only cuts to teachers, cuts to librarians, cuts to counselors, cuts to music programs, cuts to college and career counselors, cuts to alternative education programs, but no cuts to district admin. They are attempting to have you sit and listen to a report that even though I myself have been at more than 100 Mount Diablo Unified School District board meetings, more than our newly elected board meetings. Ms. Count, I believe I've been at more of them than you have in my time as a teacher, as a union advocate, as a parent in this district. And at those 100 board meetings, I have never seen this report brought forward to y'all. And why bring it forward tonight when you're being asked to cut? Because they want you to think, oh, we don't have enough admin. You have plenty. The district's second interim report from 2019-20 showed that you had 1,701.1 certificated educators in this district, and that you had 195.2 administrators. It was your document. The first interim report for this year, the most recent that the public has been able to see about your employees, shows that you have 1,643.7 certificated employees, but 203 administrators. In the last 2 years, after the last time y'all made cuts in March of 2020, the number of certificated employees in this district is down by 3.37%, and the number of administrators in this district is up by 4.0%. You made cuts, millions of dollars of cuts 2 years ago, and those cuts fell on the back of the people who educate our children every day. And in the years since then, we have fewer of those educators working with our children in classrooms, in school settings, in music programs, in libraries, in counselors' offices, fewer of those people, but more administrators. It is BS. It is an attempt to make it seem like this district doesn't have enough admin, and a further attempt to justify cutting the people who work with our students every day. You don't need more administrators. You need to keep the classroom teachers that you've got, the counselors that you've got, the alternative education programs that you've got, the music programs that you've got, the libraries that you've got, the school nurses that you've got. Those are the things that bring an education to our children, not this.
Well, I wasn't going to comment, but I will comment now. I might have you beat in the amount of meetings I've been to, Mr. Reynolds, simply because I'm way older than you are. But my daughter started in the school in '72. That's when I got involved. I started volunteering. I have been on every district committee I think you can imagine. I worked for the district for 22 years. I collaborated with the district for 16 years. I can tell you that there are fewer administrators in the district office than I've ever seen in any of that time. I know I'm just going by what you have, what you think, and I have what I think. That's what makes it good. We can have conversations. So I also know that the last time we made cuts, we cut a lot of administrators. I believe it was like 8 administrators and 2 at the top level that have never been replaced. So it's not like we aren't cutting administrators. We are. We're looking at all positions. We haven't finished yet. We're going to be making more cuts next year. I'm sure of it. I hope you're right and we get way more money from the state than we're expecting and we don't have to go there. But believe me, we don't enjoy this any more than any of you guys do, but we are looking, we are listening, and we are paying attention. Any other comments from other members of the board?
I do. I think one of the reasons this was probably brought forward tonight is that we have received a lot of questions about why aren't you cutting at the administrative level and in the district office? And I think in my experience on this board, we have made those cuts. We've made many cuts in the district office. We used to have an assistant superintendent of elementary, middle, and high. We cut all of those positions. We have one person above those positions below, right? And some of the positions that we cut, we then received complaints that people aren't getting the services that they need from our district office. So that's part of what happens as well. When we cut the district office too much, we get complaints from our teachers and staff that they're not getting what they need. So it's a balancing act. It's something that we're working on very carefully. And I think this data very clearly shows what our ratios are in terms of our administrators to teacher ratios. The data is in the report all the way through. So for people to say that they just don't believe the numbers, you know, we are being transparent, I think, as a district to be able to share what the numbers are. And I appreciate this coming forward. Thank you.
Yes, and again, this is a California State of Education document, so we can't make this up. We have all the backing in here to prove what it is that we're saying here. It was completed by our internal auditor. So again, you know, I mean, the arguments are, I totally understand. Everyone wants to blame the top and everyone wants to put out false information that we're top heavy when this document really proves that we're not. But I understand the need for so much showmanship and for that. And so again, this is for information only, and board does not have to take any action. We've already submitted this to the state of California Department of Education, and again, just for information only. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to 11.2, review of Enrollment and Demographic Report from Davis Demographics. Again, an information item.
I'd like to welcome up to the podium here two of the representatives from Davis Demographics. We've been working with them for a little over a year now. They're going to be providing some updates to enrollment and demographic data, and that would be Esau Hoya and Nicole Torres.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Good evening, board and superintendent and cabinet. My name is Esau Hoya from Davis Demographics and Planning, and I'm here to present to you tonight our findings on the resident student population forecast that we did for you. And if we could move on to the next slide, please.
You have the clicker.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So first and foremost, let me see if I could scroll up on that slide or.
Yep.
Thank you. First and foremost, just to give you a background of what the research consisted of. Basically, our research is based off geographic information systems, so it's mapping software. We collected street and parcel data from the county, mapped your student data that I'll be covering here shortly, to identify where kids live within which neighborhoods, which attendance areas, and identified where these kids are basically living versus going to school, and how many kids are forecasted to be living in these attendance areas in the future. We also tracked residential development. So we had meetings and conference calls with city planning officials and district officials to discuss this, get phasing. We also incorporated, so once we got the residential development information, we incorporated this into the forecast themselves. We calculated specific factors pertaining to Mount Diablo, specifically birth data and mobility, which I'll go over. Mobility, just to be brief, is the tracking the in and out migration patterns occurring as your kids are transitioning from grade to grade. So identifying whether there's kids there's a gain in kids or a loss in kids as these kids as these different cohorts are graduating from K to first to second to third, et cetera. And with all these factors combined, we were able to generate some student population forecasts based off of the fall 2021 student population. What you see here in this slide is you see purple dots. You also see the elementary attendance areas. This is just to show you a sample of what GIS data looks like on a map. So this whole process started with us collecting 4 years of historical student data to identify where these kids are living in order to identify these in and out migration patterns occurring. So what you see here is the purple dots, students being represented by purple dots versus the elementary attendance areas. And we also broke down your school district boundary into different neighborhood level polygons, which we consider study areas. And we generated a specific forecast for each of those study areas. When combining them, that's what creates your elementary, middle, and high school and district-wide population. So these are forecasts based off population. And so we move on to the next slide here. This is what you see here is a sample of what is the elementary school attendance area matrix. And so this is basically surveying, it's summarized. What you see in the rows there are your elementary attendance areas versus the columns of your elementary schools. So basically identifying how many kids are living within each of your elementary attendance areas and how many of those kids are actually going to those specific schools. So again, this is just a sample of it's a big document, so we're just only showing a little piece of it for your consideration and just to show you how it works. Basically, let's just start off with the Ayers row there. You'll see that under the count of students living in attendance area, you'll notice there's 344 K-5 students living there. Out of those 344, there's 287 that are living within that attendance area and attending the school. So that's how you read that matrix. As an example here, a good example within the Bel Air Elementary attendance area row, you see there's 497 kids living there. If you go all the way to the left, you'll notice that out of those 497 living within the Bel Air attendance area, there's about 38 students that are attending Shore Acres. So just to give you an example, there's also not a district student row there. There were a total as of fall 2021 of 148
K-5 students attending your district schools. And the row at the very bottom is essentially your total enrollment. Just to give you an overview of how to read that document, I think it's a very powerful document to be able to identify the transfer patterns occurring within each of your schools. And just to go through the methodology here, basically, I have mentioned the 4 years of student data, identifying those in and out migration patterns, tracking them by cohorts. So within different areas of the district, out of like say 100 kids, how many move on to first grade the next year? I'll go further in detail here shortly. That's being represented by your mobility factors. Then you also have the birth factors, which help you forecast the kindergarten class, and your student yields, or you might better know them as student generation rates, which are applied to the planned residential development. All these factors combined is what generates these population forecasts for you guys. And if I go into specifics of each factor, just showing you here a general table of births. These are all the zip codes that are that cover your district boundary. Not all of them cover 100% of the boundary, but they still count towards at least some kids going to your schools. And so what you could see here, the way this works is that we're assuming that we're using the fall 2021 students as the latest and greatest, your base year. And so we assume this class, this fall 2021's kindergarten class was born 5 years prior, which was 2016. So then we compare 2016's births to 2017's, which generates your 2022 kindergarten class, 2016 to 2018, which would represent your 2023 class. And you can see here under the percent change, what percent change is happening as you're comparing these years, 2016 versus the later years. And you can see that despite the 2017 being a little over 100%, in fact, it's 102%, so it should represent a 2% growth in kindergarten class. In general, it's showing somewhat of a decline in forecasted incoming kindergarten classes. It is in the high 90s, so this does indicate that your kindergarten class could be potentially relatively stable for the next couple of years. Just to see like a historical perspective, as in most districts in in California in general, there's been births seem to peaked around 2006 and 2007. So you see those births peaking, and then they just all of a sudden start declining, and they've been on decline for a while now. This slide here is what I've discussed real briefly with you guys as the mobility factors, those in and out migration patterns occurring. We summarize this. We summarize this by the elementary attendance area. So again, we took the 4 years of student data, and we analyzed like how many kids within the past 4 years, like out of 100 per se, how many from kindergarten move on to first grade to second to third, et cetera. Just as an example here, these are all color coded. So you see red meaning loss, green meaning growth, blue is just a straight run through of students. So within the Ayers Elementary attendance area boundary, for example, kids living within there, trends show that out of say a mobility factor of K to 1 of 1.02 essentially means that out of 100 kindergartners, 102 show up to first grade the following year. However, when you see a mobility factor right next to that one of 0.99 from first to second, out of 100 100 first graders, there's a loss of one student as they move on to second grade. And the district-wide mobility factor row at the bottom just shows you general in and out migration patterns occurring. And most of them are indeed in decline. Not significant, but it's still steady decline. One thing to take note of, and it's not uncommon to see, is that 11 to 12 mobility factor is high. It tends to happen in a lot of school districts. And this is just a general overview of the planned residential development. What you see in the map here is the active projects, which are currently under construction, versus the planned, versus the recently built, And there's also your future projects, which we have in our database. There's just not enough concrete information to phase them in quite yet. Maybe they're still in pre-development agreements, talks with cities. As of now, for the stuff that is due to happen for sure is about 1145 total units. As these developer agreements and these plans start going through, then that number might hike up a little more eventually. And you see here, your student generation rates is what's being applied to that planned residential development to determine the forecast of how many students are going to be generated from those units.
So it's just a quick question on that. So
Yeah.
that's not including the Concord Naval Weapons Station redevelopment because it's too far out into the future, essentially?
Exactly. Yeah, we do have it in our database. We are aware of it, but it's too far into the future as of now, of the time of the study. All right. And so what you see here is a district-wide forecast summary. So I split this into 2 slides for you guys, just because to make it fit nicer and for you guys to be able to read the numbers. Basically, what you see here is the top section of the district-wide summary is your forecasted resident student population. So these are strictly what you're seeing in this slide here is your resident student population living within your district boundary. And there's a couple things here to point out. If we start off with the TK forecast, obviously there's universal TK being implemented. And so we're accounting for that in this forecast. And that's why you're seeing growth in that TK forecasted population. And so you see that growth all the way through full implementation by 2025. And the other thing is you see the stable kindergarten class. It's more or less relatively stable. What you see here in the orange column is your current students in 2021. To the left of that is your historical population, and to the right is the forecasted. So if we look at the kindergarten class as of students, kindergartners as of fall 2021, living and attending your school district boundary, or your school district schools, there was a total of 2,150, and that number is due to climb up to 2,179. So it's like it'll stay relatively stable, no more than like 20 kids or so, or 50. Of course, that number could change as things change in the future. The other thing that I wanted to point out here before I go into overall big picture forecast is we do notice that historically there is a drop as kids are transitioning from 5th to 6th grade in the school district. So that means it's from kindergarten, from elementary school to middle school, that you do tend to see a historic drop. And that's what's being shown in the forecast as well. As an example here, if you go all the way to the left, you see the 5th grade class in 2017 of 24-27. It drops down to 23-29. In 2018, a 5th grade class of 2362 drops down to 2257. Likewise, with the transition from middle school to 9th grade, you see that overall trend in decline as well historically, and that's due to happen in the next couple of years as well. You see the 8th grade class in 2017 of 2440 drop down to 2036 to 9th grade the following year. And I mean, it's also pre-COVID, so it's like measuring stuff when stuff was more stable before COVID. So you clearly see the pattern here. Just to go off on the summary itself, in terms of resident student population, you see it summarized by TK 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and K-12. Total K-12 student population in 2021 was 28,404, and it's due to climb up to or drop down to 26,236. So it's like steady declines over the next 10 years. Of course, things happen as new projects might start coming online, and in 5 years from now, things might change. But as of now, that's what the trends are showing. latest and greatest data available. Okay, so this is the bottom section of that table, that district-wide summary. So the top section here, the top row where it says resident student population totals, that's what we were just covering. Then you see an unmatched student section. You see very minimal numbers there. Because we do map these students and identify where they live and which areas they live within, we categorize unmatched students as students with invalid address information. We just couldn't map them. So for this year's, there weren't any. So we could just go down to the out of district student population or enrollment in this case, because these kids live outside of the district boundary, but attend your schools. One thing to make a note of here, and we'll see what happens next year, is that if you go back, and I do apologize, there's no years in the top of this table, but if you look all the way to the far left here, you see that there was 668 TK-12s out of district students attending your schools. And this number, stays relatively stable. True, it does go down to 573 and down to 526, climbs back up to 667. And all of a sudden this year, it dropped to 345. So it'll be interesting to see what does happen next year with these students. And when you're adding the unmatched and out of district students, that's what gives you your forecasted totals here. So just to show you some general trends of forecasted totals, the TK 5% change annually, in terms of TK-12, you're due to decline around 200 students, more or less, TK-12. That's what these trends are showing for the next 10 years. In terms of big picture 10-year spectrum, the TK-5 is due to climb up by 193 TK-5 students. It is important to note that the TK, this is because of the universal TK. So that's due to offset that what would otherwise be a decline. So as you could see at the bottom there, the K5 summary of it's due to drop actually. If you exclude that TK class, the K5 is due to drop by 918 students. So let's just go back up to the 6-8 total here. And the 6-8 is due to decline by 892, and the 9-12 by about 1,400 kids, and the K-12 by 2,167, which is a 7% drop in student population and total enrollment over the next 10 years. This graph here just shows a historical versus projected enrollment. Historically speaking, the columns to the left of the orange column are your previous years prior to 2021, and you see that it's been on the decline, and it's forecasted to proceed on that steady decline over the next couple of years as well. What you're seeing here, I just wanted to show you guys just big picture summary of each of the resident student population forecast by attendance areas. And what you're seeing here is areas north of, attendance areas north of Clayton Road and Taylor Boulevard. And these areas combined, this is K-5 resident student population forecast. And so all these areas combined, just to show you a big picture, they're due to decline by 760 students, more or less, over the next 10 years. And you could see here some notable mentions. Shore Acres is due to decline by 145 over the next 10 years. That's a 39% decline. And then Westwood Elementary, around 28% net decline. Sun Terrace, 27. And so as you go down the rows, it's less and less decline, which adds up to be more stability. And Holbrook and Monty Gardens is due to stay relatively stable, although we do show like 21 student growth or 44. This just overall means overall stability in these areas. When looking at the southern portion of the attendance areas, you can see here that it's looking to be a little more stable for areas south of Clayton Road and south of Taylor Boulevard. And this is only showing an overall decline over the next 10 years of 157 K-5 students. And the area with the largest net decline is due to be Cambridge. While the one with the largest growth is showing that it might be Mount Diablo with a 38% net growth over the next 10 years. And so the ones in between, you do see some that are more relatively stable than others as well in this summary. And so just to show you the resident 6-8 population by attendance area, overall net decline over the next 10 years combined district-wide of 892. And the largest decline being Riverview by 32% over the next 10 years, and Diablo View with a 17% anticipated forecasted resident student population growth, only represents 72 students. So it's more or less stable in terms of 6-8 resident student population. When going into the 9-12 forecast, it's due to decline over the next 10 years by about 2,503 through 2031. And Concord is the high school attendance area with the largest forecasted decline, while College Park is the one with the least. And you see some in betweens here as well. Just to give you some overall conclusions and stuff that I've already covered is steady birth rate could represent steady incoming kindergarten classes. Negative outmigration patterns occurring as different grade cohorts graduate through the grades, class cohorts graduate through the grades, and specifically as these kids are transitioning from elementary to middle and middle to high school. Those are some key grades, key standouts. And then the significant drop in out-of-district population last year versus this year is quite significant based on what we're seeing here, and I'm sure you guys are seeing that too. And overall resident student population decline is expected over the next 10 years. And again, the universal TK could potentially offset, the decline, at least at the K-5 level, with more kids being eligible to attend TK. With this in mind, I'll open it up for questions for anybody.
We do have a couple of public comments. Aaron O'Loughlin.
Hi, good evening. Hi, I'm Erin O'Loughlin, and thank you for that presentation. I appreciate that. My daughter attends 4th grade at Highlands Elementary, and she's also in the band, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. We also are going to be, I'm a representative of one of the families that is leaving and dropping enrollment and leaving California in our rearview mirror forever. So I want to be here to talk about enrollment, like you just talked about, the steady decline. We are one of them. We are leaving because of the insane policies and muzzling of our children. We can't take it anymore. We're leaving to go to a free state that doesn't muzzle our children intentionally and doesn't worship at the altar of the teachers union, which apparently our governor has said he answers to, not my words. MDUSD has already lost a ton of kids this year. They're going to lose a ton more this summer. And the thing that I can't understand is why we're just sitting here shaking our heads yes. We have to ask ourselves as parents why this is happening. We ask that question, we will get funding back. You reduce these insane mass policies, you'll get parents to actually reconsider leaving and they'll come back. It costs you nothing. Between your newsletter that you sent out saying declining enrollment meant you had to cut costs, this costs you nothing. And 45 other states in our country are already doing it, and children are not dropping like flies. It's science. Thank you. So I also want to stand here today and tell you, I'm not here to yell, cuss, or degrade. I'm not angry because I'm leaving. I stand here to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do. Because every day that goes by and you cling to these insane policies, you are literally grooming an entire sea of future Republican voters. Whether you like it or not, this is completely apolitical, this statement. It is fact. Our children will remember, and they know now, from Brentwood high schoolers to SoCal, they're walking out and they're protesting you, and they're protesting the state, and they're winning, and they're being heard. They are sick of it. They're done, and they're going to vote Republican and vote every single Democrat out in this state for years to come. It won't happen now. It'll happen in a few years. So please, whatever you do, do not debate tonight about mask optional. Just don't do it. Dozens of other school boards in our state have been doing it. They're giving the parents mask optional ability to take the masks off. Don't do it, because the more that you cling on to these insane policies, the more that you will have Republican voters. And I'll be watching from Texas. So thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Lauria? Did I get that right, Kristen?
That was very informative. I also want to thank you on that presentation. I knew that kids are leaving. I've known that 5,000 kids are leaving this school district in the last year. And I see why. I echo Aaron's comments also. I think that you guys need to really sit back and evaluate why this is happening. It's not because people are losing their jobs and they have to leave. It's they want to. They want out. And the reason that they're doing this is the policies that you're making. It's not child focused. It's not educationally focused. You're cutting music, library. That's not right. You know that. Look at these poor kids that were here tonight. And like Aaron also mentioned, the masks, unbelievable. 15 plus districts in this state have already, since your famous Gavin here and every other celebrity under the darn sun was at the Super Bowl and the AFC game. They're playing you, and you're in turn taking it and putting it on our children. Parents are fed up. They're leaving. They're saying, I don't care how much money I make here. I'm done. You guys need to really sit back and understand, like, how many of you are going to leave this place when you're done with your jobs? How many people here are just counting the days till they retire and they can get out? It's because these policies do not work. You're probably one of them.
Nope.
Well, good luck to you. Anyways, your enrollment is declining and it's bad. 5,000 kids last year, all those numbers, I was taking notes. Of the 15 schools that he was listed, 13 of them are losing a significant population, almost 40%. Does that not alarm you? Do you know where these people are going? Anywhere but here, especially this district, not just California, but here. You guys have so many resources. Why aren't you using them to keep people here? Like Aaron said, listen to parents. It's free. It costs you nothing. Admit when you're wrong. Take the masks off the kids. They don't work. They're miserable. Their mental health is declining steadily. And if you were about health and safety like this is supposed to be about, you would take them off immediately. I personally look forward to getting a press release tomorrow morning that you're joining all of the Rancho Santa Fe, El Dorado Union High School, Roseville, Placer, East Nicholas, Nevada Joint, Amador County, Paso Robles, Rescue, Buckeye, Latrobe, Placerville, Gold Trail, Black Oak, Sierra Unified, Golden Valley, and San Jose Unified School District, who are all unmasking their kids because they're unscientific and they're torturing our babies. We have had enough. You are so disrespectful. I don't know who raised you, but shame on them.
Are you done, Kristen?
I am not done.
Okay. But
I
keep
have
your- can
really-
you keep your
To the board.
board.
Okay, he's just so disrespectful.
Just address
I know
that.
you know that, but anyways, the enrollment is very concerning, and I know that you're probably concerned about it. Obviously, that was alarming, that presentation. You really have to take the mask off the kids. You're going to win parents back if you do it. Don't wait. Do not wait. People are going to leave stat.
Thank you. Dan Reynolds.
Thank you. You have some of this here. Too many people without masks. I'm curious if the district requires attendees at this meetings to wear masks, because those two speakers were not, and there are people in the room who aren't. So I'm curious if that is currently a district rule. Okay, apparently I'm not going to get an answer. That's okay. If it is currently the district's policy, I would ask you to enforce it. This item is about enrollment and a demographic report. One of the things that I think that it shows is that attendance is not just about an address. It shows that there are students who live in specific attendance areas, but who aren't always going to those schools. Sometimes attendance is about program, about offering, about class size. One of the things that I heard the demographer representative say is that between last year and this year, you lost about 300 students who were out of district students who had been, the numbers of out of district students who were attending our schools dropped by 300. I know anecdotally of at least one where one of our teachers had their child attending our schools and they were told they couldn't. I don't know if it has been a district policy to no longer allow students from outside our district to attend our schools. If that has been a policy, if you reverse it, you may get more of those students coming to our schools, which is one of the things that you could do to help. And I think that the change between last year's numbers and this may show that. I would encourage you to consider that if attendance is not just about the address or where students are living, we don't have every one of the school-age children who live in our district boundaries attending our schools. There are other things that you can do to attract those students to attend our schools. And I would encourage you to consider what those things are and what actions you can take as a board to attract those students who live in our district but don't attend our schools to attend our schools. If they start our elementary schools, to have them stay in our middle schools. If they're in our middle schools, to stay and attend our high schools. I would encourage you to consider what you can do. Yes, there is out-migration from our school district, and I acknowledge that, but there are things that you can be doing to win attendance from families that live in our district, and there are district policies that you can assess to see if maybe there are out-of-district students who may also want to attend our schools, and that could be a positive as well. What are we doing as a district to attract those students and to provide them the best education possible? You all have a role that you can play in that, and this is part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board comments, if any? This is informational items, so. go ahead.
Just an observation, maybe a question. Looking at the data across the district, it looks like a number of the schools that have some of the most, the largest decreases are in the Bay Point area. You're showing that for Mount Diablo High and Riverview, and then Shore Acres. Is there, is that just what is the reason for that, I guess is my question. Is it, a population that's aging and the students are aging out? Or is there not enough development happening in that area? I thought that there was some development in that area.
There's usually development that happens in different areas, like just anywhere in California, like development, but it's gonna have to be like a significant amount of development for it to be able to offset the population. Now, in terms of Shore Acres areas up here in the north, I can't say offhand like specifics of what might be happening, but if you do have more rental units or apartments in certain areas, that represents more mobility. So people aren't as committed to staying there long-term as maybe a homeowner is. And so maybe that could potentially be the case here. Could be a number of things. Capture rates as well, like kids choosing to go to other schools or choosing to go to neighboring schools. I just don't have that information, but just giving you different ideas of what it could be or why it could be.
I think at
Thank you.
secondary level, we lose a lot to Pittsburgh Unified because it's closer.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have another public comment from Sandvi Panda. Is that right? Oh,
I just have a question. At the end of the presentation where there was like the list of all the elementary, middle, and high schools and how many students you thought would leave or come, neither Sequoia Elementary or Sequoia Middle was included in these lists. And I'm just curious why they weren't.
Yeah, I could answer that. Thanks for asking that question. So when we're these are indeed resident student population forecasts. So a school like Sequoia is a non-boundary school, and so it's not forecast by enrollment, but rather we're just showing population trends. So these were being summarized by elementary attendance area, and that's why the school isn't being shown up. But those kids are being accounted for as living in the district and being accounted for in the forecast as well.
did that answer your question? Very good. Todd Gomes, I think is the name. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Okay. As long as he links it.
Don't you just love a smile? Everybody loves a smile. Everybody loves music. And, you know, unfortunately, it's all about money. It's, you know, you saw the picture of Gavin. But studies show, and the science shows, that masks don't do it. I was actually, I was born here, so Sun Terrace, Glenbrook, Mount Diablo. Went to the girls' basketball game last night. And I've always said, I'll never move out of the area. I love the district, love the area. Yeah, I'm thinking about it now with all the restrictions that our government is putting on us. I'm thinking about it now, and I've never thought about it. I have an 11-year-old. He started playing music in the 4th grade. He's now an excellent drummer. Started with the cello in the 4th grade. He's moved on. He's doing more music. But yeah, I'm thinking about leaving. Science says masks don't work. If I had my mask that I got in 2020, it was of my smile, because I can't wear that boring thing, and I have a hard time breathing. My son gets headaches when he has the masks on, but the teachers, you have to put your mask on. Unfortunately, he gets headaches. What's he supposed to do? He's got a medical problem. He's not the only one. So, but that's what I would like to convey, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're done with that. Okay, we're going to go on to 11.3, review of mid-year report on local control accountability plan, metrics, program actions, and expenditures.
Good evening, President Mason, Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. This is a new requirement under AB 130 that we do a mid-year LCAP update on 3 very specific areas, outcome data, as well as expenditures, and then also some brief implementation data. So with the LCAP that's going to be presented in June, it's going to be very lengthy, and there's going to be a lot more detail, and it's come in different sections. One of the sections involves the budget overview for parents. In that document, there's going to be all of our funding sources that we receive. What the mid-year requires us to do is to share with the public the total of local control funding formula dollars and whether or not it changed between the budget adoption and then based on the Budget Act. And so this does show that not only the LCFF funds, which is again, local control funding formula, but also the supplemental dollars that Mount Diablo received. So this mid-year requires an answering of 5 different prompts. And really this one is about how we engage with our different educational partners. And this is a journey we've been on for many years with the LCAP. We have a very robust way that we collect data and input and feedback from our Parent Advisory Committee, our District English Learner Advisory Committee, as well as many other ones. This is just a list of the different opportunities where educational partners did engage with us. And this actually goes all the way back to our work with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. So those were focus groups. They met with our union partners. They met with all of our advisory groups, many parent groups, as well as they went through many actually different classrooms virtually. So they got a very good picture of our programs, and that information did lead us to develop our local control accountability plan. The second prompt of what this requires us to share is the use of additional concentration funding dollars. Mount Diablo does not receive additional concentration funding dollars. School districts such as Pittsburgh Unified, school districts such as Antioch Unified, they do receive additional concentration dollars because they have an unduplicated pupil percentage of over 55%. And that's, I think, very, very important because some districts do seem to be able to fund different activities. And sometimes there's a question on why they get the supplemental dollars. And it is because they have a UPP over 55%. The third prompt, similar to the first prompt, But again, how did we engage with our partners with one-time federal funds? And these are these ESSER dollars that we've heard about. So the state of California, as well as the federal government, gives us money for ongoing expenses. But then what they've also done in order to recognize this very challenging situation we're in, they've provided districts one-time dollars. And so part of the requirement of the mid-year update is to share with the public, and to collect information and feedback to determine the spending of the dollars. And so this is just a little list of just a summary of different opportunities where stakeholders did respond to surveys in order to develop our SR3 plan. We have many other plans that we're actually involved in creating. Another one is our extended learning opportunity grant plan. I think what's important and unique about Mount Diablo is as we're working with CCEE, we are aligning all of these plans. So as we look at different funding sources, we are taking a look at how we can integrate the activities. So they're not all these one-offs, but things that are really robust and build on one another so we can then support our students and our families and our community. The fourth prompt does talk about the ESSER3 expenditure plan, and this is a list about how we were maintaining health and safety, utilizing some of those dollars, HVAC systems, as well as COVID leave, vehicles that had upgraded AC, replacement of filters. We had some successes, which was we really did build up our infrastructure for technology as well as internet. We did take a look at providing, of course, testing kits, as well as PPE, hotspots, installation of hydration stations. But also we need to recognize that we had some challenges in this situation, which of course was finding staff in a timely manner, the competing interests of different funds, and also some supply chain issues. The next slide really talks about a prompt about how we as a district integrated our different plans and activities. And that's kind of what I mentioned with regards to, we did not look at each individual plan as it's each individual project, but we did take a look at maximizing our different funding sources in order to make sure that we had activities that built on one another, that they were integrated, that they were coherent, and that regardless of the group or the funding source that they were coming from, they made sense within our local context. We did develop along with CCEE kind of our Mount Diablo triangle, which we really tried to focus in on our 3 LCAP goals, as well as highlighting areas of educational equity, learning acceleration, and in really engaging and empowering our school community. So again, referencing our LCAP goals, LCAP goal number 1 is really focusing on college and career readiness. And again, there were 3 areas we needed to address, and this is the metrics page. This metrics sheet gives some of the metrics that are included within the LCAP, and then we added some because we are a learning organization. When we wrote the LCAP, we did not have a SEL, social emotional learning survey. So what you'll see here is in the first column is the actual metric. The 2021 was our baseline. Where did we start? Desired outcome is if it was in the LCAP itself. We did create bring up the 23-24 outcome, and then mid-year update. Where are we right now? And then the status of it. Some of the pieces are in progress. Some of them, it's a final item. The first one, as we see at the CASP, which is a state assessment, we do have final data from that. Whereas the other ones are kind of more in process. We are continuing to look at our SEL data. We have some increases, let's say in ESGI, which is a numeracy as well as a very early foundational reading assessment. So this is just showing kind of our progress right now, mid-year. And then it'll give us an idea about what we need to then report out on when the LCAP comes back in June. So along with the metrics, we take a look at the expenditure. So we've got the budgeted expenditure. What did we think we were going to spend? And then what is the estimated mid-year actuals? So either something we've spent or something we've encumbered, which means we've put that as something, funding we can't touch because it's been promised for a different activity, or it's funding that we're utilizing for a position through the end of the school year. So we have our different actions on the side. And I just like to highlight some of the activities that we've been working on, the highlights and challenges. With regards to standards-based education, we've had some successes with bringing courses of study to the board. We've had successes in moving forward with adoptions. Those are things that I just wanted to make sure I highlighted. Targeting acceleration and interventions. We've got about 125 teachers that are involved in a learning acceleration cohort of training throughout the year. That is something that addresses that item as well as an item in the next goal. Our MTSS was on multi-tiered systems of support is an area that we've been beefing up. There's been time and effort put together there in order to make sure we have handbooks where school sites themselves are going through a process where they're identifying those targeted areas that they need to provide additional support for students at just basic classroom supports, another group of students that might need even more than that, and then what we call our tier 3 students that really need quite intensive support, either academically or social emotionally. For social emotional learning, we've got social emotional learning lessons. We've got counselors throughout our district that are going into school sites. They're hosting trainings, working with school teams in order to make sure that we're supporting our students and our families. And then extended learning programs are ones that we are also been expanding to 2 additional schools. Within the next several actions on this page are emerging bilingual program, otherwise sometimes referred to as English language learners, but we'd like to change our language with that. We have been taking a look at adding additional sections to certain school sites. We have had an influx of families coming to us. Many of them, we've got a community from Afghanistan that have found new homes here. And so we would need to make sure that we are very responsive to that need. So that's something that we have added. As we've looked at our homeless and foster youth students, we are currently exploring the starting and developing of a tutoring program to make sure that those students are getting academic support. Virtual learning, Dr. Clark has mentioned in previous reports, our virtual learning, which is underneath our independent study, that's been quite robust. Our one-to-one district initiative under increasing technology supports. And then lastly, our site-based supplemental support. All of our school sites work very, very hard with their school site councils, as well as their English learner advisory councils, to make sure that they have specific supports at their school site that are not necessarily district driven, but they're ones that are very locally based on their campuses. LCAP Goal 2 talks about high quality, culturally proficient staff. And again, these are certain data points that we look at: percentage of retention of teachers, reclassification rate. A new indicator for us is professional development on institutionalized racism and implicit and explicit bias that is happening across our district. So these are all areas that we are looking at, and we're trying to then meet our goal. And if we meet it early, like we are with that last one, by the end of the year, we will have 100% of our schools that would have been involved in some type of an explicit or implicit bias training on site. This is something that we will hit actually early, which is actually good news. Under Goal 2 is, again, really about supporting our staff with training as well as opportunities. So I mentioned the learning acceleration, where we've got about 125 teachers involved, the work on the course of study, as well as our teacher partnerships with the adoption, the targeting of acceleration and intervention. We're discussing data at all of our professional development days, started in August, robust conversations in October, as well as in March. And this is not just basic, all students have gotten these scores conversations. It's disaggregated data. It's academic as well as social emotional learning data. And that goes into the culturally responsive teaching and learning. We've had opportunities to share out what some of our sites are doing. Riverview is one that comes to mind, since that was information presented last night. And it's information about how are we then building up our site leaders and our classroom leaders, our classroom teachers, so we can make sure that we're responding to all of the students in our classrooms. A challenge in all of these areas, I do have to say, is that we do not have the ability right now to release teachers from the classroom. It's very, very difficult. Staffing shortages, substitutes, it's something that we certainly have had to pivot around. So sessions after school, bringing things to the school site, are ways that we have done things a bit differently. And then here is another set of just, again, highlights and challenges. Our counselors, as well as our equity team, have been going out and providing leadership cohort support, classified training. March 7th, we are actually hosting something at Concord High School. I want to really recognize human resources support with that, making sure there's training and the recruitment and retention of a highly diverse and qualified staff. We continue to update all of our recruitment materials. We have induction coaches that are not only supporting our first and second year teachers, but many of them started without completing their credential program. So what the credential program did was they said, you know, under the state law, we are allowing maximum flexibility to get these teachers in the room. And don't you worry, those districts will make sure you get fully credentialed. So they've got quite a bit of additional work to do in order to make sure that these teachers are fully credentialed by the time they leave us. Lastly, LCAP Goal 3 is really about engaging and empowering our partners. And that's not only our families, our school community, but also our students. Again, our metrics around chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, social emotional learning survey data. And again, it's showing some growth over time. Our California Healthy Kids Survey, which is that last one, school connectedness, does show that we've had a bit of a dip when it comes to elementary students and secondary students agreeing with the statement, I feel like I am part of this school. And we can just, putting ourselves in the place of these young people, it's been very, very difficult transitioning back. And so building those relationships are certainly something that we're focusing on. So within this goal, some things to highlight. Again, the board governance has been going through training. We're really having an expansion of BSUs across our district, which is great. And I just want to recognize Trustee Fowler and all of your work in that area. Student focus groups have been very, very important. Increasing and improving communication. I believe the Friday letter, including the organizational update, so folks have an idea about what's kind of going on behind the scenes. Advisory committees, we have established a few new ones. The ABAR committee, the anti-racist, anti-bias, anti-racist committee, as well as the Parents of African-American Students committee. And that actually, there was a family night last night that was very well attended in person and on Zoom, where we did discuss some of the highlights and things that the district was working on specifically to support our African-American community. Family education, always adult education is always amazing with regards to what they offer. And again, our HOPE staff have been working with our families to ensure that they get the resources that they require. I know that was very, very quick. Again, this is a required mid-year report, and there's going to be quite, again, a very lengthy and in-depth LCAP that's going to be coming to the board to review in June. But despite all of these challenges that we're going through, I think Mount Diablo is one where we just want to acknowledge and thank everybody for their hard work and dedication to employees and supportive parents and the students as we strive to do better. And when we know better, we do better. So thank you.
Thank you. And again, we have a public comment on this from Brianna Mullen.
Hi, folks. I'm Brianna. Some of you might recognize me from 2 years ago. Maybe you haven't. Hi, Superintendent Clark. Nice to meet you. I'm here because you guys have difficult decisions to make tonight. That is absolutely true. But I can tell you that you're doing not a great job in the middle of the year if you have 300 people showing up and your LCAP plan is not matching what your community is asking for. And I know that because I worked at the Department of Education. I was a policy advisor to the state superintendent. I then worked at the California School Boards Association for 3 years. I've got my master's in educational leadership from Stanford, my master's in public policy from Stanford. I spend all day long thinking about how school districts can govern better. And I have to say, this district has a terrible reputation. It has a bad reputation statewide because you are not making good decisions when you need to make good decisions. You have declining enrollment. It's hard, I get it. But you're not budgeting correctly in the middle of the year if you have expenditures on your LCAP that are misaligned with actually how you're spending the funds, which means that every 2 years, you have to go through this process again because you're not sure where the community's needs lie and where the district's resources lie. You have a terrible relationship with your union, clearly, that should be fixed. It's been bad for years. You guys need to invest in a labor management partnership. Otherwise, you're never going to rebuild trust in this community. And the fact is that band is SEL, band is MTSS, band is chronic absenteeism. And those are just acronyms to everybody in this room, but I spent the last 10 years educating myself on this because 10 years ago, you cut the instrumental music program. And it was the only thing that was keeping me in school. I was homeless. It was a band family that took me in. I was homeless again. It was a band family that helped me put me through UC Berkeley on full scholarship. So I know you have hard decisions to make, but there has to be a better way to do this than to wait for the district to give you a cut list, for you guys not to have any priorities for your budget, for then you to make cuts haphazardly based on budget priorities that are not well aligned to your LCAP clearly. And then for you to be waiting every time, and you have a new superintendent, it's a new year, you're trying to fix these issues. I get it. You're throwing a dartboard at imaginary budget numbers from the Department of Finance and LAO. Nobody knows what those numbers are going to be. But the fact is you didn't make these cuts with your community. And so now your community doesn't trust you. So when you get funds in June and you backfill those positions, your community is going to be confused. So I get it. It's a hard job. I'm trying, I want to help it make it easier, but you have to take some responsibility for how the district governs, and the LCAP is that process. So I have to go home, but thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Board comments? Not? Go ahead.
Okay, I do have a few comments. I just want to say thank you to our district staff, because one of the things I know that it's been very, very challenging with all of the vacancies over the last couple of months and COVID challenges, you know, everywhere. But one of the things that I noticed in this LCAP plan is that I think that you actually have been very responsive to the needs of the community. One example of that is the influx of Afghan students into our community and the needs that they have. And I really appreciate that you found a way to support those students and to collaborate with community organizations to support those students. My one question for you is under homeless support. I saw the one-to-one tutoring that's coming forward, and I was just wondering if that is in-person tutoring or whether it's online, and sort of any information that you have about the homeless support tutoring. And that can be at a future meeting if it's not available tonight.
That's a great question. I do not have that answer with me tonight, but I can follow up.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Trustee Fowler.
Just piggybacking off what Trustee Khan said, do you know if the tutoring is peer tutoring or is it through like a organization?
There are peers in the community that have actually been recruited in order to help with the process. And so we are getting a more in-depth detailed update, and we can provide that to the board and the community.
Okay, I was just asking because I know some students feel more comfortable when they're tutored by a peer. So
Absolutely, we agree.
All right, that was informational only. So the next one we have is 11.4, review of fiscal crisis and management assistant team, FCMAT, fiscal health risk analysis report, next steps and progress monitoring. Dr. Gonzalez, you're just here to answer any questions we might have, correct? Okay. Are there any questions from board members? We have Jenny Sang.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yes. You did.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jenny Sang. I'm speaking tonight to raise my concerns about the budget. In 2021, the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, FCMAT, sounded the alarm on the district's structural deficit and stated that, quote, the district has not developed, adopted, and taken action on a plan to reduce or eliminate this deficit spending, which will quickly lead to insolvency if not addressed. We see the consequences of our financial shortfall every day. We lose teachers to surrounding districts. We don't have enough special education resources. And there are talks of cuts to music and guidance counselors. There is one way to free up 7% of your budget. And we know you're aware of it because the Contra Costa Taxpayers Association sent each of you a personal letter. You continue offering health insurance to those who retire before age 65, even though everyone can now get guaranteed coverage from Covered California with federal and state assistance available to anyone earning less than 600% of the federal poverty level. This is a poor use of funds, not only for you, but from the union's perspective. Why spend precious district resources on duplicate coverage that could instead go to raises or other uses? To the teachers in this room listening online, I call upon you to educate yourself. Contact the Taxpayers Association and find out about their email to the board on January 31. Go to cocotax.org. To Medea, I encourage you to also contact the association. If Medea won't negotiate to save the jobs of the newest and most energetic teachers we have, as we anticipate losing them to the last in, first out policy so popular in education circles, then perhaps the district will let the teachers know about their U.S. Supreme Court Janus rights, JANUS, which lets them leave the union and recover the dues they pay every month to Medea. Teachers, go to mypaymysay.com. Also, nobody in the Medea bargaining unit should have a conflict of interest in negotiating a labor contract with Medea. I call upon the board to identify and immediately replace any member of your bargain unit that stands to have a financial benefit in the final labor contract. Parents, if you plan to unenroll from the district next year, unenroll before fall begins. SB 830 is up for a vote in Sacramento. This bill proposes to change public school funding. Currently, districts are paid for every day your child goes to school. It's also called the average daily attendance. This bill changes that and bases it on enrollment numbers. For some of you planning to unenroll in January 2023, under this bill, there is a chance you may not have the same leverage as in previous years to change the district's policies by threatening to unenroll. It will be difficult to find a new school mid-year, not to mention a challenge for your child to adjust to his new school. Be smart, parents. Plan ahead. Look into other education pathways like homeschool or pods. Also, there are literally a growing number of public school districts all over California passing resolutions that are finally putting students first, like the El Dorado, Union, and Placer Union High School District. Those districts may be a better fit for your family. You can read these districts' press releases by visiting the Contra Costa County Parents Facebook page or Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robbie Kavitz. It was close.
Hi, it's
I
Robbie
recognize you
Kreitz.
from breakfast in San Ramon.
Yes. It's been a while since I've had breakfast with anybody in person, sitting in school boards, but yes. Good evening, trustees. My name is Robbie Kreitz, and I'm a middle school teacher for students with special needs in Dublin Unified, as well as proudly serve as the president for their union, Dublin Teachers Association. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here this evening with foggy glasses because I proudly represent Mount Diablo educators and the education community on the National Education Association Board of Directors. I stand here with the California NEA board team, 16 of us, my 160 board colleagues from across the country, and the 3 million plus members of the NEA in solidarity with Medea and the students that I had the privilege of listening to earlier this evening as they advocate for what's right. Your students, yes, these are your students, deserve music instruction from music teachers, credentialed music teachers, library services from librarians, special programs that support students' social emotional needs, especially coming out of this pandemic and turning it into an endemic. All Medea students deserve the best education from the best school employees. Why are so many resigning? There's a shortage of public education employees, yet your actions are opening the door for an exodus. This community is here with a collective commitment to do what's right for all Mount Diablo students. And along with my fellow NEA members, we stand with them. To you, the board and district management, the time is now. Do what's right, put the students first, and stop the cuts, and stop putting these Mount Diablo educators last. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now if there's any board comments or questions. I do have one for our attorney. I read the email that we got from the Tax Association about the retirement And I may be wrong, but I would think if we were going to change that, it would only be for people we hire from now on. We cannot change it for people that are currently working. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case. I don't have full information on
Okay.
that, but it'll, in any event, it would be something that would have to be negotiated as
Right.
well.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions for Dr. Gonzalez regarding the FICMAT?
Actually, just a follow-up question on the retiree health insurance. Is it true that in some cases we have retirees who receive 100% of the health insurance costs when we have current employees that receive less than 100%?
That's correct, based on a number of our previously negotiated agreements. Yes.
So the only way to change that would be to negotiate that with the unions. Is that correct? We would need their agreement.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to give the board a quick update that at the March 23rd board meeting, we will have our actuarial company. They're the ones that are responsible for providing the report on OPEB, other post-employment benefits. They will be coming to that meeting to address a lot of these questions and to present this year's report.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay, so next, it's probably Dr. Gonzalez again. It's a review fiscal crisis and management assistant team, FICMAT's fiscal health risk analysis report, next steps and progress monitoring for the maintenance operations and facilities. Again, I think she's here to answer any questions that we have. Any questions before we take the public? Okay. Is that Mark Jones again?
Hello, board members, Dr. Clark, Mark Jones, Team Sierra 856 representative of the district. We met on with the district team on February 11th to discuss a lot of the proposals that are here tonight. And we responded on Monday, the 14th, and it's been radio silence ever since. It's more typical things that we are from the district. So that's why I'm also surprised to see as an update for the custodial staffing and operations that considers placing custodians under the direct supervision of school principals and making principals responsible for the evaluation and discipline of custodians, where it says they discuss with Teamsters leadership to let them know this practice will begin in July. That is not an accurate statement of what took place in our 1 hour conversation on Friday. We are not in agreement on that. We demand to be back at the table on that. Obviously, there's many concerns, 50 different principals, 50 different sites, different standards and whatnot. But that is, I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it does sort of imply that we were in agreement with that, and that's not the case. Thank you.
I too had a question about that. So this is not for you necessarily, but I too did not think we'd really reached a decision on that. So I think this is just a plan. It's not set in stone. We're not necessarily moving forward. We might hopefully reach some kind of compromise about how we could make it work for both groups. But I kind of, just my personal opinion is principals are there for education and educating their staff and their students, and then there's maintenance and operation. And so hopefully through the process that we have in place, we'll come up with a compromise that works for everybody. And I don't know if any other board members had any other questions about any of the items
My
on
concern
that.
was that it said it will take place in July.
I had the same concern.
Thank you.
Okay. That takes us to Dr. Clark, Superintendent's report.
Well, thank you, governing board, and I'm going to try to be somewhat brief during my comments tonight. But I think a lot of issues have come to light tonight, and I want to highlight some of those. Is clearly we are all here for kids. Kids are our focus, and they are our priority. And I thoroughly enjoyed walking into this board meeting and hearing the Concord High Band out there playing Born This Way by Lady Gaga, and their rendition was absolutely fantastic. You know, a couple things is we are a declining enrollment district. We've been declining for the last several years. Parents have more options in private schools, in charter schools, in home schools, in online school. they have many options. We lost kids last year due to the pandemic. We lost, there were families that lost work and were unable to stay in the area, and we lost them for that reason. We also lost families because our schools were closed when, arguably, we could have done a better job at getting them open for families. We all received many emails of parents pleading with us to open our schools back up for students, and we lost many families due to that. We lose families because of our test scores. We lose families because of our commitment to equity. We lose families for numbers of reasons. We are losing families because of the mask mandate. And when vaccinations come around next year, we're going to lose more families. And again, I'm not here to argue whether I believe in that or not. We follow the rules here, and we are not going to jeopardize our insurance by not following the mandates that are stated before us. But with that said, the problem is that we are declining students. And unfortunately, our funding is tied to students attending our district. And this number can be debated, but I trust FCMAC and I trust school services, and I shared their credentials in the meeting last time. And they said that our budget, that we spend approximately, and I'll bring it down a little bit, about 90% of our budget goes to salaries and benefits of all employees. So when we're losing students, we have to adjust our budget, and our budget is tied up in people. And that's a good thing, right? We want teachers, we want custodians, we want administrators, we want librarians. All those things are things that we want. However, this district has been warned over the years from the county, from the state, that we have to adjust our spending to meet our enrollment. And so when I came into this district close to 2 years ago, I knew, looking at the formula, that we were going to have some tough decisions to make. And so here we are. And I understand that all of our employees need a raise. We have provided countless documents to all of our labor partners. We have made these documents available. However, in the state of politics today, when there's information that you don't like, you just say something different, right? And that's taking place in the national politics. And so I have had to, unfortunately, continue to email factual information to families and out to staff because of misinformation that is being shared in social media, and we heard some more tonight. But the fact is, we are losing students, and we have to reduce programs. And we have a raise for our teachers on the table that is going to require us to make budget cuts. And so tonight, yes, I am bringing forward a $10 million recommendation for budget cuts. But I'm warning this board, and I'm warning the community that if we don't make these cuts, and if we give a raise that we cannot afford, then we are going to lose control over making these local decisions. And we have some neighboring districts that are going through this painful exercise right now. And tonight we're talking about, we have a whole list of reductions that are being proposed tonight, and they all affect students. They all affect employees. However, down the line, we're going to have to look at it if we don't, if we get in, if we have to agree to something that we can't afford. Our next conversations are going to be closing schools, wiping out athletics, wiping out high school band, wiping out these things. We don't want to do that, right? And so we will continue to work with our labor partners. We're going through the process now. I will continue to share factual information as I have been doing since I've been here for the last year and a half. I will continue to inform the board. The board, clearly, they know that we have provided them every scenario possible looking forward. unfortunately, we have to follow a set of rules from the state that maybe are not conducive to doing day-to-day business. It makes it very difficult. However, we have had auditors in and out of our business department. We have the county office looking at all of our work. We have letters posted on our websites that are verifying what we are putting forward. And it makes this job especially difficult when we have to reduce staff. And absolutely, there is a seniority list, and on that list, right, the bottom folks on the list, they're the first to go, and that is unfortunate. However, your role and my role is to ensure that this district can continue to support its students. And supporting students means obviously hiring and supporting faculty and staff throughout the district. But with the declining enrollment that we saw from the demographic report, we've heard some parent testimony why they are leaving. There's other families that are leaving also. And we also have a large population of our student voice that is not here tonight. Our Black and Brown students are not here tonight to talk about some of the things that are affecting their decisions on attending school and continuing to attend school. So again, when you look at that formula, when you have declining enrollment and you are using 90% of your budget for staff, which is important, you need that. And if you have to agree to a raise that we cannot afford down the line, we might be able to afford it now, we might be able to afford it, right now. We have provisions in our offer that shows if our budget becomes more robust, that we will increase the salaries of all. But until that point, we have extended as far as we can at this point, and I've made that offer public to our entire community, and we will continue to work hard. But painful cuts are going to be in our future if we really do not work together to solve some of these problems. And unfortunately, in my previous district, they did go bankrupt, and I was brought in to clean things up and to get them on the right track. And I did have to close 6 schools and did have to reduce the budget substantially and do major layoffs. And it was not fun and it was not easy. However, I'm committed to doing the work here in this district, but I don't want to have that conversation of doing those terrible things that happened to many schools in our area. And so with that, I will conclude my report and get on with the business that we have for the evening. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are voted on and approved as a whole unless a member of the board or a member of the public wishes to pull an item. Are there any items that anyone wishes to pull from the consent agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second. Okay. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
Okay. 4 board members, yes, 1 absent, and our student board member is in favor, so that passes. Very good. Okay. That takes us to business 17.1. Review and potential approval of courses of study for high school history. Oh, those are for the next one. Okay. Oh, I was all ready for you and your team to come.
We're small but mighty, small but mighty. So as I mentioned in the mid-year LCAP report, this is one of the activities that we're very, very happy to continue to bring forward to the board is a revision of our courses of study. And we've got a wonderful team and committees, and actually Trustee Fowler's on one of them as we're looking at our novels. For tonight, though, what we have are a set of course of studies that have been worked on with our department chairs, our curriculum specialist, Susan Hartwig, our teachers on special assignment to ensure that they match the California standards. And so they are here tonight for information. About the process?
Yeah. Any questions about the process? It's the same process that we used for the ELA and all of the ones that have actually been coming in front of you for the last, I think, month and a half now.
Any comment?
Yeah. any
I will
questions?
say that when I was reading it in a frightening kind of way, it must be a fascinating time to be teaching history and government.
It's
when you see what's going on around us. So
Yeah, it
so
is.
relevant, so
It
relevant.
is.
Sometimes it's like out there, the kids can't connect. I think you can connect really well these days with what's going on. So
Absolutely. And we have so many amazing history teachers, all kinds of teachers, but the history teachers are just something else, really amazing.
and then just reading all the different ways of approaching it, I was very impressed. So.
Yeah, the California framework really provides a lot of guidance for us in that sense too.
Which is why I'm not thinking we want like hardbound textbooks moving forward for history when we look at materials for next year, because it changes so rapidly. So we'll be very interested to see what's available.
Okay, Trustee Count, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say thank you for everyone, to everyone who worked on this, because I think we have such confidence in the outcome when we know that it's teachers, from across the board and even students that have been involved in the committees to do this. And I know this year has been a time where people don't feel like they have a lot of extra time. So
Right.
I just want to appreciate all of you.
It's been a good process, and being able to do it after school is really a testament to the dedication that teachers have to do the work, especially department chairs.
Okay. Yeah, it's for info only, correct? Okay. That takes us to 17.2, review and potential approval of anticipated reductions to maintain a positive budget certification. And we have several speakers. We will take 30 minutes worth of public comment. Okay. All righty. Avery Tyrell. Okay. Chloe Park. Maybe some of them spoke when I called the kids up. Eric Wilson. Oh, okay. Very nice.
Board members and Superintendent Clark, my name is Eric Wilson, and I teach English and instrumental music at Concord High. I'm here to urge the board to not eliminate fourth grade instrumental music. My argument is simple. If we must make budget cuts, then those budget cuts should be distributed equitably. It would be unfathomable for the school district to suggest cutting the entire English department, or entire math department, or entire science department. So why is it acceptable to eliminate the entire fourth grade instrumental music? Reduce, I can maybe understand, but eliminate, that doesn't make sense to me. You've heard from our students why this program is so important. So we should do everything we can to avoid targeting entire departments and instead eliminate individual jobs only when necessary. Teachers are the individuals who have the most direct impact on a child's education, so they should be the last positions to be cut. In the face of declining enrollment, we should make wise investments that will incentivize families to choose the school district. Cutting the arts, including instrumental music, is a step backwards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joshua Monterosa. Joshua Monterosa. Okay, thank you. Chris Uchida.
Good evening to all of you. I had.
There you go.
Okay, sorry. I had a speech already for you tonight, but I'm going to speak from my heart. Tonight, you heard eloquently from children in this district who you serve, and they told you exactly what they want and what it means to them. And as a teacher, we have been told to teach social emotional learning. And music is the most optimal program to teach this. My children are products of this district. They are my son is now 24 and he plays multiple instruments. And he has gone through, go to school at San Diego, the university, and he's a mechanical engineer. Now, if he did not have 4th grade music and gone through the music program, he would not learn how to get along with other children, how to be accepted. He was never one of those children that is popular. And yet this program has accepted him for who he was. They have fostered his musical endeavors, but also it has helped him academically. And it has taught him how to organize his time, to persevere when things get hard. It has taught him how to get along with others. And so my daughter too, unfortunately at the time, the district had also cut at that point the 4th and 5th grade music. So she never had that opportunity to do that. But she went through the district and she committed her time. And that's another thing is both my children, along with their friends and the kids in the music program that they grew up with, had dedication. And it's something that has made these children into young adults who are productive people in this community. And I think music is more than just playing an instrument and reading music. It has also gotten both my children to grow up to be stable people. It has helped them during the times when they were down. The program, both my children were in sports, but they chose not to be they were accepted to be into the varsity program for baseball and softball, but they chose not to because they wanted to dedicate their time to music where the teachers and the program accepted them for who they were and did not choose just 13 best like they do in sports. And I think this program needs to be supported. You had children you had the honor to listen to these children, and this is what they want. And
Thank
so
you.
please make the right decision. Thank you.
Liz Herring. Liz. Yep. I think that's you, Liz Herring, right?
That's me.
Okay.
Hey, you know my face now.
I'm getting there.
Okay. Kind of wish you didn't. First of all, obviously, I support music. I like to call myself one of the #1 fans of the Concord High music program. You guys are incredible. But obviously, I have a different thing I'd like to talk about. Dr. Clark, board members, I'm not sure if you are camping people or if you were scouts in your youth, but when you camp, there is an unspoken rule. And it is that you leave the campsite better than you found it. And I ask you today, if today was your last day in this district, specifically Dr. Clark, if this was your last day in the district, if this was your last day in the district, do you think that you left it better than you found it? If you make these cuts, if you choose to cut from students, I don't think you will. I think these cuts trample on our campgrounds. I think you're destroying our campgrounds with these cuts. And I think you're going to hurt future students with these cuts. You have the opportunity to say no tonight. You don't have to agree to this. You can tell them, come back with a better offer. We don't agree. In fact, you don't even have to say no. You have a button. You just have to push it. That's all. It's not that hard. This is my first year as a teacher librarian. I've completely remodeled Mount Diablo High School Library. I'd love you to come see it. It's beautiful. The kids are there every single time I'm there, which is only Wednesdays and Thursdays. And I wish that I could stay because these kids are telling me this is the best thing that's happened to this school. We're so happy you're here. Can you please be here every day? Why would you want to take that away? Libraries are the great equalizers. They allow kids to go places that they could never go before. A 21st century library makes a huge difference in student success. I sent you articles this week. I didn't hear back from any of you. That's a bummer. I sent you an email today. It was a little late, so I didn't hear back from you. Also a bummer. But I have to say that after 7 years in this district, my heart is broken because of how many things I've had to endure. Erin, you're on this board because you were laid off by this district. You have a responsibility to your fellow colleagues to say no. And you can say no, and you should say no.
Thank you. We have. We're only doing this for 30 minutes, so the longer you clap, the fewer speakers we're going to get. Sanvi, Panda, are you still here? Or did she leave? I think she might have left. Sarah Steele and Zachary Steele. They left, okay. Naoli Lennon? Or Navoli? He left. Sarah Morgan. Oh, there's Sarah.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Morgan from Pacheco. My pronouns are she, her, and I come to this meeting as a concerned teacher librarian from a local school here in the Bay Area. I'm also a Contra Costa County Library Commissioner. Thank you for letting me speak for a few minutes. Sometimes folks don't understand the role of a school librarian or a teacher librarian, so I wanted to take my 2 minutes and 40 seconds to explain that. Sometimes we don't look like your old school librarian, but we have the same reputation that we've always had when you were in school or your folks anywhere in the world. Our job is to connect people with resources. So the resources look different now, but we still do that. We still connect with kids and teachers and administrators with reliable and relevant resources. And these days, a lot of it's digital, but we still have print and lots of human resources like me, Liz. I would like to say my library is the heart of the school, and not too many people would argue with that. Really, what we are as librarians are connectors. We connect curricular areas together across the school district and the school. We connect teachers with reliable and relevant sources. We connect parents to the inner workings of their child's curricular needs. We connect to the community via speakers, volunteer work, and we run clubs. And most importantly, we connect students to information that they need and that they want in the form of schoolwork, necessary resources, and that just right book that will open their hearts and minds to a whole new world of thinking. Not just print books, but ebooks and audiobooks as well. Please don't cut the very few librarians that you have in your district or the library services from your schools as a means of saving money. I encourage you to think about this special type of teacher on your campuses. A library technician or a parent volunteer can never take the place of a teacher librarian. In fact, when we're compared to a tech or just a person that checks out books, we're offended, as our expertise in schooling is far more specific than just checking out books, as I've described. Besides, we have model school library standards that were adopted by the CDE in 2010, and we are the only ones that are licensed to teach those standards. I understand you have a balance to keep your school budget, and I urge you to look elsewhere for cuts. Keeping and even hiring more teacher librarians in every single school in your district will fill many needs on your campuses, the needs that the LCAP person described.
Our schools and students of all ages deserve that safe and just right place. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Hickey.
Board members, superintendent, thank you for trying to keep our district solvent. However, you have cuts that do not include any employee positions that make over 183,000 and above 240,000. By cutting from your top, you could save music, college career, library. These are positions that affect our students. Remember, we are here to service them. I leave you with a quote. If the shoe doesn't fit, must we change the foot? By Gloria Steinem. Thank you.
Shelley Cridenham. Oh, here she is. You know her. I got close, that's good. I was just congratulating myself on getting close to your name there, so.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shelley Kreiderman, and I am an instrumental instructor at Cambridge, Bancroft, and Walnut Acres Elementary School. I'm asking you not to make the music cuts. Music builds bridges. Where else do you see my Monument Corridor students, of which many who are low socioeconomic students did show up tonight, hanging out and collaborating with students from Walnut Creek in a non-cooperative environment? We are doing the diversity work every day that you dream to make a reality in MDUSD. I'm proud to say 10 of my performance years were spent in a mariachi, a genre culture that highly values and utilizes music for every occasion. We often joke that the only occasion we had not performed for was a divorce. There was and is no music to celebrate an intentional cutting of connections. MDUSD board, cutting elementary instrumental music will decimate middle and high school programs. Our highest number of students start in 4th grade. We service 2/3 of 4th and 5th grade students. And we know from past statistical data, the program will not likely recover, leading to the absence of instrumental music and programs in our district. A significant portion of my students would not be able to afford or have instruments on their own, let alone private instruction. Give students a chance and culture that will enhance and bring dignity to them. Music is a cost-effective, inclusive, non-discriminatory way to teach all areas of academia. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Larson. Thank you. All righty.
Dear Superintendent Clark, Board President Mason, and fellow board members, my name is Julie Larson, and I am an elementary instrumental music teacher at Gregory Gardens, Fair Oaks, and Valhalla. Please accept these surveys from my students for your review. I do not know whether or not you've had an opportunity to read through the scanned copies I sent, because only one board member responded to my emails. One of the reasons the district is in this position tonight is because of declining enrollment, but cutting music is not going to help us reverse that trend. Parents shopping for programs are looking for well-rounded and well-resourced schools. Our California dashboard currently shows oranges and 1 yellow. We need everything we can to draw students and families to our district. Research shows that schools with music programs have an estimated 90.2% graduation rate and 93.9% attendance rate compared to schools without music education. Music makes our district more desirable to families deciding whether or not to move to our area. Students in my surveys tell us that instrumental music helps them with math and language skills, increases their social emotional skills, and gives them a way to express themselves in a safe and healthy way. Our instrumental classes serve our lowest achieving students by helping them achieve resiliency and healthy outlets for the challenges they will face in their future. It gives them advantages they would not have by giving them skills both college admissions and companies are looking for. Introducing students to these skills and this community before they transition into middle school is key. We know students struggle with emotional management and mental health issues, which music can help with immensely. We need music now more than ever dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic. I teach students using improvisation from their beginnings. Without fourth grade instrumental music, they will not have the opportunity to expand those skills before they reach middle school, where many students become too self-conscious. Playing music, incorporating improvisation, builds additional skills necessary for success in our complex world. Students learn that they can be creators of their own music, that they can share with their families and friends. They learn that they can make changes on the spot and that they don't have to be perfect to be successful. Improvisation reinforces listening, helps you recognize patterns, trains your ears, teaches you to think ahead and outside the box, improves your health, allows for self-expression, boosts creativity, and most importantly, it's fun and motivating.
Okay, thank you.
Companies look for these qualities when hiring.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I ask you not to cut the fourth grade instrumental music program.
This is either Sophina Whitfield or Jofina Whitfield. Neither. What is it? Rafria, that's an R?
Joffria.
Oh, okay, got it.
Like Joffrey Ballet.
Got it.
To Dr. Clark and members of the board, greetings. My name is Joffria Whitfield, and I am an instrumental music teacher. I teach at the following schools: Silverwood, Mountain View, and Bancroft Elementary. First of all, I want to thank you for your service. I know it's not easy to make the decisions that you must daily make. And I want you to know that I pray for you daily, every day. I am here to question the proposition of cutting fourth and fifth grade band and orchestra in any way. I question this when $4 million is being spent, approximately $4 million is being spent for MTSS. Fourth and fifth grade music is the lifeblood of secondary, middle school, and high school music. Here's a picture of what that looks like. I invite you to look at the back of the room. There are Black students. There are brown students. There are students of all ethnicities back there, and they played for you. And Dr. Clark mentioned that. And here I stand as an African-American educator, here to educate them. Here's another picture that I want you to consider. That to me, 10 years ago, when this program was on the table to be cut, there was a high school instrumental music teacher who had his 40-piece band. He asked them the following question. He said, if you started in fourth grade, would you please stand? Out of a 40-piece ensemble, everyone stood except for 2 students. That is a powerful picture, and that's the picture I would like to leave with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Martin Lejano.
Some students. Hello, board members. Hello, Dr. Clark. Thank you so much for being here for late hours and hearing our pleas to for the things that we think that this budget reduction should reflect. I know that you have some tough decisions ahead of you. I just want to give you some things to think about. Something that I was told early on in my educational career, and something that I tell my students now, is that you have to be a voice for voiceless people. And the way that this whole thing works is that you are our voice. I really think that the community has spoken tonight. You have a petition that's now reached 4,000 signatures over the last couple of days. You had a rally with elementary, middle, high school, even college students who go to Cal, who have no relationship with this at all, but understand that like this elementary music program is important. Like they came to perform for you. This was covered on 3 different local news channels, speech after speech, after speech, after speech, after speech, saying the same thing about how instrumental music is important. This matters. I understand that things have to be cut tonight. And it sucks. It does suck, but there are probably some things that have to be cut. I hope that we have shown tonight that this one item number 3 on this reduction proposal, I think it should be removed. Like that is all that is really being asked here. I know that there are other things. I want to fight for other things, but my place in this district as a performing arts head is that I have to look out for this subsection of education because it doesn't recover. That's the difference, is that it doesn't recover. There are going to be things like, I don't know, like college and careers, elementary. Like I think about all these things, and all these things are important. And I think that the moment that it is lacking, it is going to be put back, but nobody is going to put back 4th grade, and nobody is going to put back 5th grade afterwards, because it follows. In 2011, 5th grade followed because 6 teachers can't cover 29 elementary sites. 12 are barely able to cover it. And even this year, we only have 9.7 covering it, not 12.1 as it's listed in the budget. So I'm just saying, like, music doesn't recover in the same way others would. I would make the motion to remove that item from the budget, and Dr. Clark is a very smart person, and he will find the place to kind of make up for that. I have an appreciation of you guys so much. Like I don't teach elementary school music. I teach high school music, and I think that I do an okay job at that, but really the miracle workers are at the elementary school level, and they're the reason why we're able to do all of the amazing things that we do, just like you saw. Again, like, I only have 5 seconds. My recommendation, make a motion to remove item number 3 of 4th grade instrumental music from the reduction list. Find a place to cut it elsewhere, because the community, as shown tonight, they care about it. And this changes lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker on this topic is Dan Reynolds.
Thank you. If you have fewer students, you need fewer classrooms. You need fewer administrators. Last year, you had an ending fund balance of $89 million in the bank at the end of the year. Page 12 of your first interim budget report for this year includes the following. Federal and state revenues in 21-22 are budgeted the same level as the current year. About 30% of AB 86 funds and 40% of elementary and secondary education ESSER 2 funds are included in this revenue. ESSER 3 funding is not included. ESSER 2 funding is bringing in $17.3 million. AB 86 is bringing in $28 million. ESSER 3 is bringing in $38.8 million. So if that above quote that says you haven't yet put those total dollar amounts in your budget is true, what it means is that this year's budget does not yet reflect $10.4 million of ESSER 2 money that you're going to get and will show up in your budget. $13.6 million of ELO and $6.3 million of IPI, that's the AB 86 money. That's $19.9 million more you'll get that isn't yet in your budget. And $38.8 million of ESSER 3 money that you'll get that isn't yet in your budget. That's $69.3 million that School Services of California, one of the people you've paid to give you information about your budget, says you're going to get that you haven't gotten yet. With $89 million in the bank at the end of last year, with roughly $69 million more coming in this year that isn't reflected yet in your budget, with an LCFF entitlement going up by 6.1% for every student that we educate next year, creating more than $7 million a year new ongoing beyond what was presented to you in your first interim budget, you do not need to cut libraries. You do not need to cut counselors. You do not need to cut elementary music. You do not need to cut the Diablo Day program. You do not need to cut these positions. Your budget is a representation of your values. These cuts being presented to you tonight show the superintendent's values and what he doesn't value. By refusing to cut admin, he's showing you that he values administrators. And by bringing you cuts of teachers and librarians and counselors and music programs and alternative education programs that give students a second chance, the superintendent is telling you he does not value those things. You have the power and authority to direct the budget. Let it show your values. Now is not the time to make these cuts.
Okay, that's all the public comment. I have lots of thoughts. The first thing I'm going to say, though, because it's only fair, I've been on this board for, this will be my 8th year. When Dr. Meyer was here and our other CEO was here, we were already looking at lists about cutting librarians, about cutting counselors, about looking at music. We were looking at it then because we saw that the cliff was coming because Brown was no longer governor. All this one-time money we've been getting wasn't coming. So for years, we've been looking at that list. He did not bring that list. That list existed before he came here. And we knew we were going to have to make these cuts at some point. Now, last year, I was the first one to step out and say, let's not cut any teachers this year. There was a recommendation to cut like 30-something teachers. I thought everybody had been tortured enough. I was willing to bet that we'd get it through attrition, but I said at that time, and I guess no one heard it, and I will be willing next year to sit here and make the draconian cuts that it's going to take to make sure we don't start closing schools. So for the time being, I just wanted to set the record straight. Those conversations started long before Dr. Clark was here. Now we'll have a good discussion among the board and then we'll have our vote. So whoever wants to go first. Trustee Fowler.
I had some student questions that I wanted to bring to the board. So the first one was, I did answer this to the best of my ability, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing any extra information for the students to rely back to them. And so the first one is for the reduced to high school academy programs, did the board specify which ones?
Excuse me, the what?
For the 2 high school academy programs.
I think the question for Dr. Clark, right?
Yeah.
That's something staff will work on, not the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then one of the other questions was a student said that they heard there would only be 6 teachers to cover 20+ school music programs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then another last comment was one of the student advisory committee members was really happy to see additional funding being moved to the IB program at Ignacio Valley. They said that there's a lot that needs to be put into there. So they're really happy about that. And they would be happy to provide input on specific needs when it comes to that point.
And this was your student advisory committee that met, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you for bringing that back to us. Okay. Any other board comments? Nope. Nope.
I just had another question to confirm the library item on this list. I've been hearing the community saying that that means that our high school and secondary libraries will close. It was not my understanding that we're voting on closing libraries. Can you confirm?
We are not voting on closing libraries.
I will say, and my fellow board members might agree or disagree, I hear all the time in emails and from the public, you're being lied to, don't believe anything they tell you. So if I'm going to take that approach, then I'm going to question everything I hear from the public as well. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to get information on my own. So, and I know other board members here, we've gone to webinars, we've gone to training. I've looked at other school districts. We're not gullible people. I don't believe anybody here is gullible. We do our homework. And I will say, the issue with the secondary librarians was actually all year long. I've been getting emails about libraries being unequitable at the high school level. And the one that was functioning the best was at Northgate High School because they had an IMA that was in there every day of the week. So the library was very accessible. So if we're looking at making a cut and an IMA can keep the library open longer and more accessible to our kids, then when having a librarian come a couple of days a week, I'm going to go with the most cost effective that also serves our students better. So I take in all the information you give me and I weigh that when I make a decision. I was the first one, public comments over. So when last time music came before us, I was the one didn't want to cut music, didn't want to touch music because I do value it. But we have to make hard decisions. And the reason it's my turn now. The reason I was okay with just the 4th is because at least the kids that have started this year will get to continue. And I think this whole board is committed to, if all these millions and millions and millions of dollars that come in that we keep hearing are going to come, we can easily put that right back.
We are currently teaching at 9.7.
Okay,
We
but
can
we heard you, we heard you, we heard
We only
you.
need 3 FTE to save an entire program.
Well, the alternative would be to cut both 4th and 5th, and I don't want to do that.
Then let's not cut.
So, my turn.
Thank you.
So we look at these things and we weigh them. And for you to say, I don't think you've thought of this, you haven't been thinking. That's all. And I think the rest of them the same way. That's all I do is think about it. All I do is sit there and think about where can we make cuts? How can we make things better?
The whole community was here. The whole community was
Okay,
here.
you're missing the point though. We have to cut the dollars. We have to cut $10 million. And to just say you can cut all your admin. I also get emails complaining all the time that they're not responsive enough. They don't know what they're doing. It's because they're so short-staffed over there. We're not going to make everybody happy, but we're going to do the best we can do to serve our students. Believe me, I live in the poorest community in this district. I see kids that go without all the time. I don't like it, but I also live in a community that 2 years after I finished high school, they closed our high school. Why? Because there wasn't enough funds, so they closed the school. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we don't close schools because Bay Point has still not recovered from that school being closed. So yes, you'll be mad at us. Yes, you'll think we don't know what we're doing, but we have given our suggestions to the administrators. We've thought about things. We've looked at things. We've been very careful, and we're going to do the best we can do for our kids. We would love them to have everything. We just don't have the money. And it's a misnomer to say, well, you know, you had 89 million left last year because of COVID. That's like me saying, I'm getting a stimulus check this year for $2,400. So I'm going to go buy a new car that has $1,000 a month payment on it and think I'm going to be able to sustain that when the stimulus money runs out. You cannot, the other thing to say, well, you're hearing this from the state. What I hear all the time from the experts, do not spend one-time funds on salaries. You will break your district's back. So I'm sorry if these are harmful. I wish it was different. Like I said, I lose sleep at night, but I'm going to do everything I can to keep the doors open, to keep our kids in school, and to give them as much as we can. And every time we can give them more, we will give them more. That's all I have to say on it. And so the rest of the board, if you have no comments, I'll entertain a motion. There's no motion? Do you want to take the full items? I'm asking for discussion, so that would be part of discussion. I too sat here as we made horrific reductions between 2003 and 2012. We have cut to the bone, and while everyone believes there is more that we can cut somewhere else, it always affects students in the end, whether it's at the district level, the administrative level, whether it's your school principal, your vice principal, or your custodian. Every cut affects our students. This is not something we want to do. I've been following the information from San Francisco. I think it's over $145 million that they have to reduce. I've been following Oakland. Their number is huge as well. Sacramento City is looking at 26 million, and they've been on the verge of bankruptcy for 4 and 5 years. It is horrific across the state. Mount Diablo is not alone. And if we are going to be losing another 1,100 students in 5 years or 2,400 students in 10 years, that's going to affect our budget. If we don't make the reductions now, it will be more painful next year, and it'll be $20 million if the county doesn't take us over because we don't make the reductions this year. We should have made more reductions 2 years ago, and we didn't. Our community didn't want it, and the board agreed not to do that. So here we are again. Perhaps if we had made more reductions 2 years ago, the cuts wouldn't be as painful today. I don't know. I can't predict that. But it does make me think about the painful processes that we have had to go through for many years. I know I'm just talking right now. It doesn't make sense to you, and perhaps it won't make sense to me tomorrow, but I am sharing that this is painful, and it saddens me greatly because there are many things that I am passionate about, and some of the folks that are in this room that know me well know that I have pushed Dr. Clark hard on asking questions about how we could save this or how we could do that. And I've gotten answers that have shown me it isn't possible at this point in time. This isn't going to help any of you right now. I was going to save it for my board report later. In 2009, after we made the reductions in the spring, we went out for a parcel tax in fall of 2009. That failed because our community wasn't ready for it. We turned around and passed Measure C, which was a facilities bond. And through that Measure C bond, we were able to save dollars that would have been spent on electricity because of the solar panels, so that it would we would have more money in the general fund to support programs. We're either going to have to get more money through LCFF, and there are several bills in the legislature now. So we need to support those bills that would increase the base funding in LCFF. We may need to look at a parcel tax, or maybe another facilities bond that is going to help us with energy savings. That's the only thing that's left. The parcel tax, people will support music. They will support technology teachers. They will support librarians. Our parcel tax in 2009 had nothing in it for administrators. So everybody cheered. We thought folks would pass that because there wasn't anything in it for administrators, and it still failed. It was 100% for teachers. It failed. We're going to have to work hard in our community to get people to consider it.
if we don't make reductions this year, we may have to cut athletics next year and other music programs and other programs that are favorites in the district. And we have gone there once and, you know, we were able to restore it because of perhaps Measure C money, or perhaps Governor Brown saved us with more LCFF money. But the cuts still have to happen because the county will take us over if we do not. We can't bank money on our books that we haven't received yet. And that's where the county's position is. At least that's my understanding.
So before I make a motion, I just want to say a few things. One is, as far as instrumental, it's been wonderful to see. I want to thank everyone who has come and played music and spoken and emailed us. It's amazing to see the passion and love that you have for music. And I also think about who's not here. I haven't seen any students here from Mount Diablo High School or from Ignacio Valley High School talking about instrumental music. And one of those reasons for that, I'm sorry, one of the reasons for that, maybe there's one or two that I missed, sorry if I missed you. But one of the reasons for that is that we do have some big inequities in our district, and there is a lot more instrumental music available as an option for students at Northgate, College Park, and Concord High. And it's unfortunate that we don't hear a lot about that. We don't have people kind of organizing in this way to make sure that that level of music is available at those schools. So I would encourage those of you who have passions around this, who have energy around this, to support the Mount Diablo Music Education Foundation and really look at all of the high schools and availability. That's wonderful. Yes. And I understand what's available at YV High. Thank you. And so I think we need to think about those kinds of things when we care about instrumental music. Are we offering it to all of our students in all of these ways? One of the issues.
I'm sorry.
That's
sorry,
right. I'm
folks,
saying
it's
that there's a
our turn
lack
now.
of instrumental music at Mount Diablo High and at YV High compared to the other high schools. It is a concern of mine. I'm not saying we need to cut it, okay? All right. But 4th and 5th grade instrumental music, I think the reason it was being looked at here is because we want to save instrumental music at the secondary level. We on purpose did not put middle school or high school music on this list, right? Okay, there's one. All right. Were you having a whole discussion with the community here? Okay. So the other thing I think about 4th and 5th grade music is that when it was brought back to the district, it was brought back as a pullout program. So that means that students are pulled out from their 4th and 5th grade classroom, and it could be any time of day, any day of the week, and that can change over the course of time. And that means that not all students can actually access it, because that's not going to work for every student to be able to be pulled out and miss things. Yes, I'm a parent. I've been through this, you guys. I understand how it works. Thanks. There are students who that doesn't work for, and that's why it's not 100% of our 4th and 5th grade students that are in this program, right? Because it's not its own separate class. Okay. So because of the pullout program, it's not the ideal situation, right? So one of the things that I'm thinking about and that I have said at the last meeting, for those of you who were here, is that I think we should be looking at our district as a whole and how we could best provide instrumental music. At the high schools, I would like us to really look at, are we providing enough instrumental music at all of our high schools? At 4th and 5th grade, is a pullout program the best model? I do see that there is additional state funding for after school, for infusing the arts into after school. And in that case, it would not be a pullout program. And if we were focused on equity, we do have an after school free CARES after school program for lower income students. If we were to offer it through that, then it would be accessible to those students. Now I understand those students are not many of the students here are not from those schools. And so that won't work for them. I understand that. But that would be an equity focused way to do it. So those are my thoughts on instrumental music. I have a few more thoughts. Thank you. We're going to have our discussion with the board here because that's what's happening right now. Okay. As far as the numbers overall and why we need to make these reductions, I find myself continually sending people this article that was in the Wall Street Journal recently that was about Oakland School District and whether it is a warning sign for all school districts across the state of California. The things that Oakland is facing are very similar to us in terms of declining enrollment. And they've held it off for a long enough period of time that now they are in a really difficult position of needing to close many schools. And as you've said, it's not just Oakland, right? Hayward is also closing schools. We all have colleagues on those school boards. We know none of them wants to cut programs. None of them wants to close schools, but they do have to manage the finances. Same thing with Sac City, right? So it's tough. This is really, really tough. And I think none of us up here wants to make any of these cuts. I would love to just throw this out and not make any cuts, but here's the other scenario that we're facing. We have a finite amount of money for salary raises and for all of the costs of our district. We provided an offer, a last best final offer to our teachers union, which we really stretched to figure out how to afford. We thought about where we can make these cuts, and we thought about how many additional cuts we would need to make to be able to pay out of our current existing financial structure to be able to pay for that. It has not been accepted. So in my mind, that makes it even more important for us to make these cuts. Because if, I hear people talking about when we strike, we win. I would like to ask those people, I know we're not having a discussion, but I would like to ask, people who say when we strike, we win, what do you mean by win? What does a win look like? If by win you mean that you get your full salary proposal and we make double this amount of cuts, is that still a win? Is that what you want, right? If you get your full proposal and we start the process of closing schools, is that a win? These are all trade-offs that we have to consider because there's a finite amount of funds. So in my mind, the fact that we've had people coming forward saying that they absolutely want to strike no matter what makes me think that it's more important than ever that we make these cuts, because we will likely, if that moves forward, need to make many, many more than this. So unfortunately, I think we've been backed into a corner, and I think we have to keep this district afloat. And I will work on a parcel tax with you. As you know, we've all walked for Measure J. We've walked with many of you, knocking on doors, trying to get support for funding for this school district and for public education statewide. And we'll continue to do that work. But at this point in time, I don't think that we have a choice. I think we have to make these cuts, as painful as they are. I appreciate that they came forward to us with some time to have discussion with the community, and that it was adjusted. And I especially appreciate that in this, 5th grade music is not cut. That was an attempt to respond to the community. It's not everything,
6 people can't
but
teach
it is
29
something.
schools.
Okay.
6 people can't
Thank
teach.
you, thank
So
you.
you are cutting 5th grade. You are
Thank
cutting
you.
5th grade. Dr.
You had-
So
you
with
had your
that-
public comment. Thank you.
Can I publicly
No.
comment then?
No.
Can I give you something?
No. I would like to make a motion to approve the anticipated reductions to maintain a positive budget certification as presented.
Can I
Do we have
please make
a,
one
do
more
we
comment?
know? Public comments closed. Do we have a second?
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Can I please make a public comment?
Done.
It's not allowed. There's rules. We run our meetings by
There were
rules.
thousands of people.
And we've
thousands
heard
of
from
people
them.
that
Do you
came,
have any comments you want to make?
and you are going to ignore
All right.
everything that they said. Thousands of people. All we're asking is line item 3 to reduce it to 3 instead of 6, just 3. They can
No,
make it work.
we cannot.
with 9. They can make it work with 9. They're making it work with 9
Will
right
you
now.
please
That's all
have a
we're asking.
seat?
The cuts that we need to report by March 15th are notices of potential layoff. Okay? When we get more information, as it gets closer to May and June, we'll be able to see what might happen. But if we get more funding at that time, a big chunk of that is going to go towards additional salaries, because we already in our offer have a contingency that if more money comes in, it will go to salaries, a certain amount of it, right? So, but we all hope that these cuts are not as painful as they look right now.
Okay,
But we
Trustee
have to
Fowler.
make that.
Because I represent your voices, I vote no.
Okay. Okay, so the motion carries. All right. We'll go on to 7.3, review and potential approval of resolution 21/22-55,
Who's this?
reducing
Doing it? Which one's doing it? Oh,
reducing or discontinuing the number of classified employees based on a reduction of discontinuance of a particular kind of service for the 2022-23 school year.
Yeah, so this is not connected to the vote that just
Right.
happened. This is an annual occurrence. Used to be that the layoffs due to one-time funding and PTA funding used to occur in April. But now, due to AB 438, we have to have them occur prior to March 15th.
Right.
So this PKS is really just due to the PTA funding issues that happen every year. One-time funding where we had special one-time funding for campus soup and noon supervisors this year. And also any positions that were funded for just 1 year. That's all that's in this PKS.
Okay,
So we move to approve resolution 21/22-55 to reduce the number of classified employees based on the information that I just gave you.
okay, and we have one public comment, Deborah Hickey, or Debbie. I go by Deborah, she goes by Debbie.
Okay, again, I thank you for trying to be solvent, and I apologize if I've ever been rude. However, I just want to say one more time that even in this, there's classified the salaries that are over 183,000 and over 204,000, and none of them are on this list. So, and I've heard your comments in the fact that the main reason that we complain is because most of the cuts are done on the lower class classified, my sections. There are no secretaries, and those positions aren't being filled, and there's a reason for that. But you have other top management. So again, I'd like to say, please start cutting from the top. And I'll leave you with another quote. And this one's from Dorothy Thompson. Only when we are no longer afraid do we begin to live.
Thank you. Okay. I will entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the board approve resolution 21/22, number 55, the classified PKS.
Thank you. Trustee Fowler? Oh, wait, we got a second.
Second.
Okay.
Actually, Trustee Fowler can add second a motion that deals with employee.
All right.
relations.
So, when you want a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, now you get to vote.
Yes.
And that passes. 4, 1 absentee, and our student. Okay, 7.4, reviewing a potential approval of amendment for program tenets for Monty Gardens Elementary and Sequoia Elementary Schools. Dr. Clark?
Any public comment?
Is there any public comment? Oh, my goodness. Alaka, it's really small. I can't read it. It's really written small.
Come on up.
Oh, is that you? Oh my, I thought it was like typed. It was so small.
I'm sorry.
That's
All my
okay.
life I've written small and I really did try for that one.
Very neat.
I actually write small.
Very neat.
So hello, board members and Superintendent Clark. Good evening. There is clearly no shortage of families who desire a good school for their children. That's obviously all of us, you as well. Of course, the term good is relative and its definition regarding to schools varies from person to person, but sometimes numbers speak for themselves. There are a handful of schools that parents are very eager to have their children enrolled in. This includes Monty Gardens and Sequoia Middle School. As you may remember from the meeting on February 9th, there was a lovely lady who came to speak for someone who could not make arrangements to be present herself early on in the meeting. That was the office manager of Valhalla. She spoke about a school where, in spite of COVID-19 and the challenges that it presents, is not just holding fast to enrollment numbers, but growing. Monty Gardens is not a school that struggles with attendance either, and only in trying to protect MDUSD and respect other schools in the district did not fill up their classes after the unique challenges that came with welcoming students back to school sites for the 2021-2022 school year. I'm trying to understand why the board did not transparently disclose which tenants they wanted to discuss amending for this agenda item, and even now, it's unclear. The language in today's agenda could still be interpreted as attempting to eliminate all the tenants. Considering it was shared in the last meeting, it was item 18.4 on February 9th, verbally that the focus was not on the tenant, singular, not plural, that was prohibitive of combo classes, yet the new agenda item 17.4 mentions tenants, plural, not singular. At this time, of all times, why are we focusing on schools where students excel? Any of them, in fact. If you rob a school of the foundation that allows it to succeed, how is it going to stand? Where is the $400,000 in undisclosed savings to the district that you get by breaking down these schools in this fashion? There were in the details for this item number posted online for the agenda. Where are they failing so greatly that this drastic measure must be taken? That still remains to be seen. Wouldn't our attention be better spent figuring out how to lift up and support the schools that are struggling? Please vote no today. This is not warranted. Instead, engage in discussions with Monty Gardens directly, as Mr. Fay clearly communicated he was open to at the last discussion for this agenda item on February 9th. Amend them where need to be. He's clearly open to that. We are a lovely community and a diverse school. Do not abate the fire. Continue to play a part in fueling it. Malcolm X said, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Let us continue to help Monty Gardens and Sequoia Middle School do just that, because they are doing it well. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. And I believe there's a process in place.
Yeah, so I spoke about this last week, and again, as a district, as we are right sizing, as we are trying to adjust our budget challenges, and as we are following the recommendations of those who support us in this work, namely from the FCMAT report, which came in and did a physical analysis on our district. The district needs to update policies and procedures. So as we are updating every last one of our board policies, we are also dealing with staffing issues. And when the district does not have the opportunity to properly assign FTE to students because of policy, we had to look at that. So as we examined this policy, the tenets that this is referring to are date back to 1979. It's out of date. And so what we are proposing and what we proposed previously was that these tenants are out of date and they're non-applicable anymore, right? It's calling these schools things that they are not, right? We're not
Right.
there. These schools are transitioning to be IB schools. It's not reflective in the 1983 document. So we made the recommendation that we do away with the tenant, right? So we're doing away with that old document. And what we are concerned with is the no combo classes and the class size caps on the classes. Then after community input, we then put a new item out, which you're looking at tonight. And the principal of Monty Gardens can work with his staff and his parent community, and they can update their tenants to reflect what's currently taking place in the school in terms of program, in terms of those other things. The same with Sequoia Elementary. They can come at a later date, 6 months, and present those to the school board. So the school board has the ultimate responsibility for these schools. It is not the principal. It is not the, it is not the parents who are responsible for every student in the school. Yes, they are our stakeholders. We are partners with them, but I did not want to assign district staff to go in and rewrite these tenants. We want to continue the work that's taking place at these schools. We are not touching the lottery or the transfer process of these schools. And that's what the OCR complaint was that dealt with many years ago. That's what that dealt with. We aren't touching any of those. If they want to update those and put those in their tenants, then I would suggest that they do so. So that is what we are asking to do tonight. And I don't think that we are dismantling these schools. I don't think that we're changing them, but we need, as a district, we need to be able to adequately assign FTE to our schools and not have agreements that take away our ability for combo classes and class size caps that are not in line with our employee agreements.
Thank you. Any board comments or questions? I didn't, okay. I'm sorry. Yes, here, we found it. Come on up.
Thank you.
There's so many, it's hard to keep track of.
Understand. That's why I appreciate the ability to let you know. And thank you.
Thanks for speaking up. Appreciate it.
Appreciation on both sides. So thank you. Board, I speak to you now as a parent of 2 students who have attended Monty Gardens Elementary, including one who is a current 5th grader. I have served as a member of the Monty Gardens Elementary School Site Council. My wife has served on the executive board of the Diablo Basics Parent Committee for years. I am currently the Monty Gardens Elementary School Parent Advisory Committee appointee. You were brought this item 2 weeks ago. Public commenters shared that the item was not transparent. Here tonight, there are more words on the agenda item, but it has not grown much more transparent. Are you going to prohibit combo classes and shove classes full to the maximum, or are you going to completely eliminate the tenants of these schools? I hear both is the answer. Why would you do that? I heard Dr. Clark say a minute ago that these schools could then go and redo everything and then bring that back to you in months. Why not work with them now or ask them to do that now and then bring it forward and make that change? When the principal of Monty Gardens Elementary was here 2 weeks ago and said, if this is about combo classes, let's talk about it, let's fix it, let's figure it out. He also said that their school has a wait list. There was engagement with him and the board about class sizes and how full they were. Right. And he said, we are doing what the district office has worked with us to do. It sounds like that is collaborative problem solving. It sounds like a school that has a wait list that can have full classes and wouldn't need combo classes, or a principal who says, if we need them, let's talk about it and figure it out, as the school site council has done in previous years. Just a few years ago, there was a concern about a potential need for a combo class at Monty Gardens. The school site council met, they met with district level administrators, the conversation was had. They said, hey, if we need to do it, we'll do it. They took a vote, and then they didn't end up needing to do it. That was a positive for all involved. You shouldn't I'm asking you not to vote to change these things, to eliminate the tenants of these schools without a replacement. I'm asking you to consider that there are ways that we can engage together. I heard Dr. Clark say maybe the schools need to do that work and then bring it to you. If that's the direction that the district gives, I'm sure that the communities at those schools would do that. Would come together, would look at what needs to happen, how things can be changed, and then bring it to you. I would ask you to please not just eliminate all of what their tenants are tonight, say to them, bring us something new. Bring us what we can see that is aligned with our policies, that is aligned with what we want to do as a district, and then vote to shift instead of eliminate, leaving them with nothing, and then say, go figure it out and bring us back what you want instead. I would ask you to please not do this. I don't know of any pressing concerns that this can't wait 6 months for. If the concern is about the staffing for next year, it sounds like the principal at that school has said we can make this work, even if it means there's combo classes in the fall for 23, 24, 22, 23. You don't need to do this tonight. Please engage with those schools, with those communities, build what it is that you're asking, or give them the task of building if district admin doesn't want to be involved with that. I'm not saying that they can't. I'm saying if that's their choice, then let the school communities build that new document, those new tenants, or however it is you want them to put something in place. For 30 more seconds,
Yep.
that will be about 3 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you. I acknowledge that the timer didn't start.
Yep. That's my
But
fault.
please, and let them do that. Give them that task and let them do that work and then shift it. Don't just pull everything out from what they've got and then say you've got nothing and build something new. Please, it doesn't sound like this is pressing. It doesn't sound like it has to happen tonight. It doesn't sound like there's an overwhelming reason that it can't wait. Let those communities do that work and then bring you something that is a shift or a change instead of eliminating it, leaving them with nothing and then having to start and bring you something in that time anyways.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just,
I didn't hear,
Madam President, I just want to say one thing,
Okay.
just so we're clear.
probably the same thing I was going to say, but go ahead.
Right. So we have a March 15th deadline when
Yeah.
it comes to staffing. And again, we aren't changing anything of the school except combo classes and class caps. And then if the schools want to keep what they're currently doing, by all means, they can write that up and they can come and present that to us. We are not changing anything else about the school except how we staff. And that is why we are asking to eliminate this document, because this document is preventing us from doing that. Thank you. Just so we're crystal clear.
Well, and I was just going to say, what I heard you say is ultimately it's the board's decision. So it doesn't make any sense to me to have them go and plan it and bring it back to us. We're saying, here's what we're doing. If you want to make changes, now's the time to make your changes and bring them back to the board and we'll approve those changes. Is that pretty much?
Yeah, it's updated because the
Updated.
document is from 1979. It's
Right.
not, it has things in there. If they want to take the same document and instead of, and put the IB programs in there and things like that, that's perfectly fine. But the programs that are listed on that 1983 document don't exist
Right.
anymore.
Okay. So we're updating the document and addressing the combo classes and the class size reduction. Any comments, questions from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Come on, folks.
I just want to say I had a really nice visit at Monty Gardens and got to meet with the principal, and he explained that they've been actually working to update these things with the new IB piece already anyway, and he did not have any concerns with this item. So I was pleased to see that. So with that, I move.
Is the school's gonna?
I move to approve. I move to approve rescinding program descriptions and tenants for Monty Gardens Elementary and Sequoia Elementary Schools while continuing to recognize both schools as schools of choice. Additionally, approving the recommendation that choice school stakeholders, including students, parents, guardians, staff, and community members, work collaboratively to align their procedures with district policies and practices.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 4-0-1 and our student in favor. Okay. review, a public hearing and review of potential approval of resolution 21/2256 on adopting revised trustee area boundary map based upon 2020 federal census data. And so am I supposed to open the public hearing or are you going to talk first?
I can talk first.
Okay.
We can do that. Good evening, or actually good night, members of the board and Dr. Clark. I'm supposed to have a presentation with this, so there we go. So as you know, we brought this item before at last board meeting, and we are bringing it today for a public hearing and for a determination and for the board to essentially choose one of the scenarios that was presented to the board at our last meeting. This is the timeline that we have followed. I have worked closely with our demographer in getting all the information that has been presented to you and that has been presented as well to the public. Today, we are asking the board to actually hold a public hearing as well as to choose one of the scenarios. Now, I do want to make a comment on a couple of items that were raised at the last board meeting, as well as have been raised subsequent to that. 2 years ago, we had a transition from an at-large voting community to a per area trustee district. At that time, we went through a number of public hearings, actually had, I think, 4 board meetings that had to be done in order for us to make that transition. The process before you tonight, it's not that. We are not required to go through all of those public hearings. The reason is because we are actually proceeding under the education code now, which requires an adjustment of all the existing areas. Now, this doesn't mean that the board at some point in the future may choose to do so, revisit the areas as a whole, as well as order a complete redistricting. There were issues raised, for example, as what happens if one area grows beyond what is beyond every other area. What happens if the naval shipyard is actually finally developed? And then perhaps that would necessitate a deeper dive into what the trustee area should look like. At that point, then the board can always has the option of bringing or asking staff to bring studies, to bring additional scenarios, as well as to consider public input, and ultimately to make a determination based on whatever new circumstances arise. Now, for our purposes today, it's simply an adjustment that is required of us, and unfortunately, it is in a very compressed time frame. We had the census board was over 6 months late in releasing its data. It should have been released last July. We got it towards the end of the year. So it has required a bit of a compressed time frame. We have presented to you the 2 scenarios that were devised by our demographer. And at this point, we put the issue to the board and asked for number one, to open a public hearing, although actually it's not even required to have a public hearing, but in an abundance of caution, we are asking for that, as well as for the board to make a determination and adopt the resolution that has been presented to you, adopting or choosing one of these scenarios, and then adopting that going forward.
So we do have a speaker on this. Michael Schneider.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Clark. New trustee maps, new 2020 census data, and yet no lessons learned from the past procedure of when we created these maps or from the 2020 elections. It appears that the COI Area 3 population has grown to the point where it could actually hold all of its 57, sorry, I lost my place, appears to have its borders adjusted to reside 100% in Concord. 2020 census data shows the COI now has a population of 57,903. If you expand Area 3 to Highway 4, and you go ahead and you grab the 9,000 in trustee Area 1 that actually resides in Concord, minus the high school, because I'm I know trustee one needs to go ahead and be able to talk about this, but this really solves everything as far as the funky little borders that
So you're-
everybody's.
Clarifying question, so I
Mhm.
won't take your time. So when you say that area, you're talking about west of Port Chicago Highway and north of
To-
Highway 4. So it's that little area over there that's
Yeah.
Imhoff and
It's exactly what was in the public comments repeatedly in 2019. And I would say for the board, really look at those comments and take a look at this map. I also have those data for you for the 2020 census from the 2020 census visual that shows everything that I'm saying is plausible. Okay. Oops. With this increased number in Pleasant Hill can now become trustee two. Local representation of almost 5,600 people that now reside will now be able, instead of voting for Monument schools, will be able to vote for their own schools. When we expand Pleasant Hill's northerly boundary to Martinez, they now have direct representation to their schools in Pleasant Hill. This would also eliminate the possibility of a Martinez candidate running for office in 22 and having representation in all of Bay Point and all of the East Concord schools. I'm concerned with the resolution as it states no compliance with Voting Rights Acts, California Voting Rights, 2919 Fair Maps Act, and the Community of Interest Requirements, which is the COI. If a map looks suspicious, and I need verification from council, if it looks suspicious with anything mentioned, an attorney can file a lawsuit against the district, and win or lose, the district pays. And I've heard that 3 or 4 times, and I'm kind of wondering if it's true or not. There is heavy evidence that this northerly portion of Concord was actually underreported by as much as 15,000. Okay. This whole thing has been really, really in a dark as far as why did we stop moving north? And then why, when there's public record that said if anything needed to be expanded, it would go to Bay Point because it was similar. So why would we go over a regional airport, an 8-lane highway, a 300-foot canal to grab a little area with a population of 5,600? It makes no sense. And again, makes no sense that if you're underpopulated, which is something that was expressed privately and not publicly, and that's why it happened, that it needed to be broken up, but it went to an affluent area. This is a protected class, a COI. And I urge every one of you to go ahead and look that up. I can send you a 23-page slide on it, but what it does is it takes our people who are living in poverty, socioeconomics, and it puts them in their own class so that they are guaranteed representation within their own culture, could be race, but it's very, very much ingrained in this in the California Voting Rights Act. I'm sorry, I got so much. I got maps for you. I do have a map that I think is plausible. If it can be forwarded to the demographer, run the numbers. And like I said, when you see it, you'll kind of go, what's going on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the drop dead deadline on this? Because I'm not really thrilled with the whole process myself.
Right. So the
And excuse me for interrupting, but if they got it to us 6 months late, that's not a fair process at all.
That's right. And actually, there was a significant talk about extending the deadline. However, unfortunately, the legislature did not act to extend the deadline. And there is a deadline set by statute, which is February 28th. By March 1st, we are to provide this information. Actually, before that, February 28th, we're to provide with the choice that the board has made to the county. Otherwise, the county will has the opportunity to draw the maps for us. And again, the manner in which it was presented is, and not only because the data was released late, actually, it's also because it's meant to be an expedited process. Again, the board can order and ask us to provide more detailed analysis if circumstances warrant it, and the board can always do that. But for purposes of this upcoming election, and for purposes of what we are providing, what we are complying with, and we need to comply with, which is the education code, it literally refers to an adjustment, and it is an adjustment of existing lines that requires no more than the decision by the board. Actually does not even require any public hearing or an input, because it is intended to be a slight adjustment, and that's reflected by the maps, which show very, again, blink and you miss it, very slight changes, and that is actually what is required of the demographer in providing these scenarios to the board.
Is this the same demographer we had before?
Yes, it is.
Because he
actually-
should have heard loud and clear this Ford's mandate that we thought we should have a high school in each of the areas. So I'm confused why he threw that out the window. And it may be a blink in the eye when you look at a map,
Right.
but when you look at a community like Bay Point, where I can tell you what's going to happen is they're building all the homes that cost triple digits or they're $1 million homes on the hill. Those aren't going to be divided into area one. Those are going to be divided into Concord, into Clayton. They're going to keep the hills going that way. And we get poorer and poorer and poorer. And that is supposed to be what this prevents. And I'm not mad at you. It's just, I never liked this system. I thought it says right here, the things we're supposed to follow. No gerrymandering or discrimination. This is all gerrymandering a map. It doesn't make any sense. I agree with some of the things he's saying. If you can keep a piece of Concord together, why didn't they keep it together instead of giving a piece of Concord to Bay Point that isn't anywhere near Bay Point? It also says that they're supposed to be with communities that will work together. Guess what? We're unincorporated. Poor unincorporated Bay Point out there. City of Pittsburgh, City of Concord, they have their own city council. They're not really concerned that much with what's going on out there. We go to the Board of Supervisors for everything. So it doesn't even hold up the things that they want to hold up. And if there's a time to challenge it in the Supreme Court of this country, it's now, because they don't care about people's rights one bit, the Supreme Court right now. So I'm not going to vote for it, but we'll see what the rest of the board. I also did get a letter actually from Joanne Durkee, who was trustee at the time, and shared some of the concerns that we as a board held these tenets that wherever you live, you represent everybody in the district, but because high schools are seen as kind of a hub and a place where people gather, we felt that each trustee should have their own high school, and that these maps don't value either one of those. So I've had my say.
And yes, actually, to respond to your comment, yes, we precisely use this demographer because it was a demographer that did the work for us 2 years ago and had all the studies as well as all of the comment that was made in the past. And this is what, and as far as the high schools, I did go back to them and said, we need to revisit this issue. From their perspective, as they were drawing the maps and as they were adjusting it, they looked at all of the high schools for the area, not simply the comprehensive high schools. And it was based upon that, and as well as based on the adjustment that needed to be done based on the variances of population increase, that the adjustments were made and proposed to the board. Now, we do have to have a decision by the board tonight. And again, it does not have to be the end of the matter. If the board feels strongly that this issue needs to be revisited, then it certainly can be done so. It would not be for the upcoming election, but it can be done anytime based on what we now have census data. And it does not have to be an adjustment as well. It can be something a lot more comprehensive.
And speaking only for myself, the election should be the last thing we're taking into consideration. For me.
But we do. Pardon me. Miss.
No.
We do have the deadline.
Yes, we do.
So
I'm happy to be the lone no vote.
Well,
That's okay. I've said my piece.
um,
And then we can pursue other things, as our attorney says.
what disappoints me, I think, is having to work with the demographer twice because it seems like we're paying duplicate fees to achieve what we want. What I want to say to you, and I apologize that I'm saying it to you instead of under my breath, is I want the demographer to give us a freebie and work with us to create the maps. I know that's not going to happen, but that's how upset I am.
It's our turn. Go ahead.
So, that's what I'm saying. I had been asking about this process since last fall, and I am sorry that we are rushed. I do understand that the census was delayed, but that wasn't our problem or our fault. Once the information was available, you would seem to think that everybody that's doing this work was right on top of it and working as quickly as they could to engage all their clients that they were expecting money from. I'm not saying necessarily what my positions are here, so I do agree with Mrs. Durkee that that was a priority. I know that there's a different opinion on the board by at least one of the board members that we represent the entire district. That's true. But there is political clout for every area trustee to be able to say, this is the high school I represent in their community, and to have people look up to them for that particular reason. And it's easy for me being a resident of Pleasant Hill because College Park's in the middle of the whole area. It's not going to get to, Pleasant Hill won't be shifted to a new area unless Pleasant Hill were split in half, which I originally supported. So I'm disappointed because I think that the demographer, no matter what, may come back with maps that will always leave one trustee without a high school. And that's my bigger concern because we haven't had the time to have that discussion with the demographer. And it's not your fault. I'm just frustrated about all of that. Do I want the county? So the next decision for me is, do I want the County Board of Education to have this decision? And having watched some of their meetings recently, no, I don't. I want this decision to rest with us. And so I'm willing to hear other board members' positions on this.
Or not.
Well, I think one thing that I think about in the process, I do wish the whole process was started for this year instead of 2 years ago, because then we could have used the updated census data. Unfortunately, our district was sued, and so we had to do it right before the census instead of right after it. I did appreciate that we had a very involved community process that time around, though, with many community meetings. I think when I study the issue of trustee areas in school districts, my understanding is that the goal is to try to get multiple, at least one or multiple trustee areas that are majority non-white, so that you could potentially get that kind of representation onto your board. And then once you're all elected, of course, you do all represent the whole school district as a whole. So those are the kinds of things that I think about in terms of the trustee areas. We're still not quite there yet in our district, but as populations grow, we're close in a couple of areas. And then I think politically, when we look at this politically, as far as what would a candidate do when they're running for an area, I think the candidate would knock on doors in their area, because that's where their voters are, right? Or contact their voters in some form or fashion. And so they would need to be responsive to any of the schools that those voters attend. And so I'm not sure that, this exactly overlaps the feeder patterns to our high schools. And of course, that would also, even if you did completely match the high school feeder patterns, there's people who transfer to other high schools, right? But that's where I think there's a little bit of a misnomer in just the logistics of this process, is that when people look at a map and they see where the high school is on the map, they think that's that person's high school or something for that area. But really, there's no voters on a high school campus. So,
There could be.
so residing on the high school campus, but at least not so far. We haven't built any housing on the high school
No,
campus.
some of the kids are 18. I'm sorry.
So I think it's, I think like if you're with these maps, with Mount Diablo High School being in area 3 instead of area 1, anybody running in area 1 in the Bay Point area would always speak to Mount Diablo issues, because when they're knocking on doors, those are students who are in the feeder pattern of Mount Diablo, right? So I think people get confused about what it means on the map when you see the school and which color it's in. So anyway, those are my
But-
thoughts on that.
If you live in Bay Point, you're going to vote for it, but that's not going to be your trustee.
I'm sorry, what?
The kids that are going to Mount Diablo High School
Mhm.
are, if they're going to stay in area 1, it's going to be Shore Acres, it's going to be all of our poor areas.
Mhm.
So I'm the one they vote for.
Right. And
And-
so you would need to speak to Mount Diablo High School issues, because the
Yeah.
people who you
But
represent
I don't carry any,
attend that
but
school.
I'm just saying, they're going to ask me, who do I vote for in that area? I guess, so I'll get double vote.
Yeah, we just need to explain
Vote
to
for
people
me
that
and
it's-
this person, so I'll get 2 votes.
we need to explain to them that you don't get to vote based on where you attend high school. It's you vote based on where you live.
Yeah,
And
right.
so
That's what I'm saying.
That's so you will always be representing Mount
Right.
Diablo High School, regardless of which color. the
It can have a
school
lot of
is in the
influence
map.
on who in that area, other area, because they're going to ask me in Bay Point who to vote for. Just saying, I've like doubled my power right now, so okay.
That also would include, I think, Concord, which is high school, which is actually also, I think, within area 1 as well. But yes, you're right. The attendance areas are not the areas that we have, the trustee areas overlap attendance areas. But it's, if again, the board wishes to give instructions to us to revisit this issue, and certainly we can ask for a discount as we're dealing with a demographer in any further proceedings, then
By Monday?
we can proceed. No, we cannot do this by Monday. And nor could we do it without 74 hours notice and providing additional scenarios to the board.
So Mr. Schneider seemed to call out some specific language that he thought should be in the resolution. Was this resolution prepared by the demographer?
This resolution was actually prepared by me, and it reflects what we are required to do. We are required to follow Education Code section, and I should have memorized this, but it is Education Code section 5019.5, and the language in the resolution mirrors, or actually it's verbatim, what is required of us by the Education Code.
Well, folks,
So I would be curious for the trustees that are currently in area 2 or 4, kind of your opinions between these two scenarios, scenario 1 versus scenario 2, because the only difference between these two scenarios are there's one tiny square that overlaps. Well, I guess it's between 2 and 3, and then the other one is between 1 and 4, right? So I'm interested in all of your thoughts on which one you prefer between scenarios 1 and 2.
well, it's too bad our other trustee isn't here tonight to discuss this, because it's sort of like you and I shouldn't be discussing this, Therese. It should be with the other 3 trustees. It doesn't seem quite fair. The one thing I will say, if the criteria is the highest number of Hispanic and Latino populations, then scenario 2 meets that criteria by 0.2%. You know, and that means what, you know, I could pick areas that I think in Pleasant Hill that could be shifted, but I don't know the density of the areas in the rest of the district. And, you know, some of the areas, when they have apartments in them, you can't predict the density. And the census we know was flawed this time. We, you know, for those of us that believe in that sort of work, it is important, and it's unfortunate that it was flawed and that people were afraid to respond to the people that were doing the work to take the information. So it's unfortunate that perhaps these numbers aren't as accurate as they could be. But I don't think we can afford to pay for a census count for our school district to clean it up. So I guess if I were to start with it, I would say scenario 2 would be my choice. But I would hope that we would be able to consider looking at something in the future regarding this matter. Perhaps after the November elections, but I can't, you know, who knows who will be here to hold that to it, because I think we have some very angry constituents out there. So are you looking for a resolution?
I'm looking for a motion.
A motion? Well, I was going back. Do you want to do the public hearing?
We did it.
Okay.
We
Did you
had one
close it?
speaker.
I didn't hear you.
Okay, it's officially closed.
So I'll move that the board, let's see, I have to get back to the agenda item, so I get the wording correct. I move the board adopt the revised trustee area boundary map based on the federal, based upon the 2020 federal census data using scenario 2.
Second.
Trustee Fowler,
Yes.
Does it say scenario 2?
you can vote now. Okay, so it passes 3-1-1 with a yes vote from our student.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being.
Sorry you
patient.
had to be the one to make the presentation. Tell that chicken Larry to come back next time. Okay. Review and potential approval of the 2020-21 school accountability report cards, information and action.
Oh, I move it.
Good evening, board. Dr. Clark. I'm here to bring info and information and action on the 2020-21 school accountability report cards. So in general, the SARCs, abbreviated, provides background information about school and its students, summarizes school's missions, goals, and accomplishments. Also provides demographic data, school climate, safety, academic data, school completion rates, class sizes, teacher and staff information, curriculum instruction descriptions, and fiscal expenditure data. Also, just to note that there are 4 teacher data tables that the state provides that information. However, the data was not readily available at this time. When it is provided, the SARCs will be updated and then replaced with the current ones. So in the file attachment on the board agenda, there was just some samples, and there's a link to all the SARCs. They are available on our school district website, and also they are available through CD, through the state. So I'm here to answer any questions on that, and then
Are you Raymond?
I am Raymond Chinoy, yes.
Glad to meet you, Raymond.
He's been here a few times before, but yeah, handles all of our data.
Okay.
So I am Raymond Chinoy. I'm the Director of Assessment Research and Evaluation.
Great.
Nice.
You have a radio voice.
Oh, thank you.
So that is a compliment. Any questions?
Are you saying that I'm not that handsome? Is that the mask? Is the mask blocking it? I could take it off for a little bit.
You're supposed to say a TV voice.
And he has a sense of humor, so that's a good thing.
My wife?
Yes, we do.
I think it's because I have a deep voice.
Okay, so Dr. Clark, are we looking for approval on this tonight? It says info or action.
It's really up to the board. If you
Okay.
guys are ready to take action on it, then we of course would like that. But if you have questions or want us to provide more information, we'd be happy to do so.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam President, I'll move that the board approve the 2020 to 2021 school accountability report cards.
Thank you.
Second.
You have a motion in a second.
May I make one comment?
You may. I was just going to say, if there's any comments or questions, now's the time.
I would hope that we make sure that the school sites also post it on their websites, because I haven't been able to find it, the information easily on some of the individual school websites.
Oh, thank you for that comment. Yes. We will make sure that.
Okay, trustee Fowler.
Oh, just a comment. I liked
Yes.
their school goals. I read through them. It consisted of like student high achievement, creativity, and social emotional learning aspects. So I thought that was really good. And so I vote yes.
Okay. And that passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
401 with occurrence from our board member. And it looks like we're probably going to need, not your problem, meeting extension to get through these next few. Or not.
How
We
many
could
do
go
have
really
left?
fast.
How many do we have left?
4. And I think you have questions on one of them.
Madam President, I move that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Okay,
Second.
you do a voice vote on this, correct? When you do this? Okay, so trustee Fowler,
Yes.
trustee Mayo,
Yes.
trustee Mason says yes, trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
And trustee, Pound.
Count, yes.
It's getting late. All righty. 17.7, review and potential approval of the updates to board policy and administrative regulations 5141.21, administration of medication. We actually have seen this at a previous meeting, but if you have any questions, now is your time. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move to approve the updates to board policy and administrative regulation 5141.21, administration of medication.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
Oh, that was fast. That passes. 401 with the currents from our board member, our student board member. And we have a speaker, do we? Okay, 17.8, review and potential approval of the updates to board policies and administrative regulations the 3000s as they are called. And Dr. Clark, do you have anything you want to say before we have a public comment?
Well, I just wanted to say that as we go through updating our entire policy booklet, we have brought most of them to the board already. We're still working on a few more. And what we're going to ask is that as the board goes through those and has questions, to please email Laura. Laura is keeping a tally, and then we will pull those policies once they are approved, and we'll provide the updates or additional information that's needed. And so with the 3000, we didn't receive any feedback on the 3000, so that's why we're bringing this packet forward tonight for your consideration for approval.
Thank you. Dan Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm gonna start my timer. I don't think I'll go the full 3 minutes on this one, but it's all good. Thank you. The previous agenda item 17.7 was one of your board policies and administrative regulations. And for that one item, you were presented with the item and what we call the red line version, which shows you as the board members all of the proposed changes. Turning the ink red, striking a line through things that you want to take out, turning the ink red and potentially underlining it to say this is what we want to add in, so that you as a board member can see what about these policies are being proposed to change. This item, 17.8, asks you to change 403 pages of administrative regulations and board policies and shows you none of the changes. This is not a red line version. You've heard me talk about this before twice. When it came up twice, I'm encouraging you to do the same thing. I would encourage you, before you change hundreds of pages of board policies and administrative regulations, to ask your staff to show you what changes they are making. The 3000s cover many topics, including your budget, fees that you assess, grants that you receive, leasebacks, parcel taxes, and environmental safety, campus security, emergency and disaster preparedness, transportation, food service, nutrition programs, consultants. I would encourage you, please, to not vote to change these board policies and administrative regulations on 403 pages of things until your staff has shown you the changes that they are making. It makes good sense for you to be able to govern, to know what changes you're being asked to make. And I would encourage you to direct your staff to bring you those changes in red line before they ask you to vote. Thank you.
Some of us actually look at them and compare them, so we know. So I think once again, sir, you're underestimating what we do. So I certainly do. I know at least two of my other trustees that do the same thing. So it's in the hands of the board now. What do you guys want to do with this?
So I guess I misunderstood the directions, which is not unusual, but I did go through and compared the current policies, administrative rules, and E's that are exhibits that are up on the website. And I downloaded the list and I read each policy and I read each new proposed policy. I found,
oh, sorry, your time's up.
My time's up. Yep. I found 30 policies that were not on the new list, and I have provided those to staff. And Dr. Clark has assured me that they will evaluate the list of policies that I had questions about. I want to know why they weren't included on the proposed list. It's not that they are my favorites or that I'm passionate about them. I just want to know why they were dropped. I think that's a reasonable request. 8 I found were on board minutes since 2009. So I've been on the board since 1997. I didn't research the minutes between 97 and 2009 because they're not available electronically. So forgive me for not going back that far. That was supposed to be a joke.
It's getting late.
Yeah. On the ones I did find, one that I think is important that was adopted in 2019 that I hope staff will bring back is board policy number 3516 and AR 3516, which is emergencies and disasters preparedness plan. There's another one that was recent as well, board policy and AR 3551, food service operations and cafeteria fund. I need to know, is there a replacement policy for that? The other food service ones, why isn't there a new CSBA policy? Because when we adopted those two policies, those came from CSBA. So why has CSBA dropped them? All right, so those are the ones I want to see come back, or at least get some information about. I have a question about policy 3513.4 tonight. It discusses drug and alcohol-free schools. It's on page 189, and it includes alcoholic beverages. And it says that our superintendent or designee may approve alcohol service on our school campuses. And I felt that this is something important that we should discuss. So if we're going to adopt these wholesale tonight, I would like to pull that one at this point in time, or we adopt it and we know that it's going to come back.
Whatever your preference is, either one will work.
Okay. Then another one I have is 3515.3. This is the district police security department. We have a small department that checks on our campuses, but I would like to understand how this policy intersects with our current policy. Does it change the function of our security? Just some explanation about that one. And then 3554, which is other food sales. I just would like some information about that one. So I'm ready. I can adopt these if it's clear with the rest of the board that those three specifically would be reconsidered or brought back for discussion, and the other items would be addressed in some manner.
If you want to make a motion and call out those three specifically, you can do that.
Can I just ask a question first of what you said? You mentioned 3516, which I did not see in the table of contents, but I do see policy 3516 on page 266.
So I said 3513.4, 3515.3, and 3554.
I thought before that you said that there were a few policies
Oh,
that were missing.
3516.
3516
It's
on
not in the book.
emergencies.
It's on Gamut.
But I'm looking at
No,
the.
no, I'm sorry. It's not. It was adopted November 18th, 2019.
Okay,
So
so,
you have to look at the board minutes to find the policy as it was adopted.
right, so there is a 3516 on here, on the attachment here. It's just, this is the sample as opposed to the more updated 2019. Is that what you're saying? Because on page 266.
Well, I don't have the current book. This book doesn't have page numbers on it. Just a second.
Sorry, the attachment.
Okay.
I do see policy
Someone
3516.
else can
Anyway,
talk
that was
while
my
I
one.
read this up. Good thing you challenged me.
So do we want to ask Dr. Clark the one question that
So-
you had around the alcohol policy?
Yes, Dr. Clark.
First of all, we're never serving alcohol on campus, so it's really a moot point, but I'm fine to answer any questions about that. And I just want to ensure the board, these policies are not going to go into place until we finish with the whole packet of them.
Mhm.
This is going to be a process that we're
Yep.
going to be working on throughout this year. And so if we have questions, and again, Trustee Mayo has been very communicative during this process. And we do have a running spreadsheet of policies that we need to look at. I just also want to remind the board that some of these policies we have updated in these meetings, and we will then transfer those over and make sure that our updated language is reflective in the current policy. But this is not something that we're going to solve or complete in the next month or so, or a couple weeks or whatnot. This is going to be something that is going to take a considerable amount of time, and we'll be continuing to communicate back and forth and get feedback. The staff knows that as we get a exhaustive list, we will be sequestering for the day and going through and updating all those in one big day, that, you know, to respond to the different inquiries that have been made by different trustees. So again, this is just part of that, making the sausage, and it's not pretty, it's not helpful, you know, to ones who want to get it done quick. It's not going to be a fast process. So do you have a specific question about a particular policy? That, because we're just going to pull it, that's all.
Okay, so Ms. Count is correct. I have to eat worms.
That's all
I
right.
hope they're growing worms.
No, it's eat humble pie, not worms.
I'll take worms. 3516 is in the booklet. I missed it when in my evaluation.
Okay.
I think it just needs to be added to the table of contents was the only thing.
But I still want, okay, do you want me to make the
Yep,
motion?
please.
I move the board adopt the 3000 series with the exception of 3513.4, 3515.3, and 3554.
Got it. We have a second.
Second.
Very good. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
We didn't put you to sleep with that one. She's got to be tired. The motion was made by trustee Mayo and was seconded by trustee Count, I believe. And that passes 1-0-0-1 with the approval from our board, student board member. Okay, 17.9, public hearing and review and potential approval of the extended school year waiver for 2022. Public hearing is now open. Public hearing is now closed. Okay. Because we did actually, I think, had a public hearing the last time, didn't we? At the last meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wasn't supposed to.
entertain a motion or question.
Madam
Yes.
President, I move the board approve the submission of a general waiver request for extended school year ESY 2022.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. There's no other questions or discussion. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
That passes 4-0-0-1 with a concurrence from our school board member. Okay, 17.10, review and potential approval of the job description for student records technician. It's an action item,
We have,
which usually means we've seen it before.
yeah, we have Dr. Scudero who can answer any questions.
So this is a position that we work with closely in putting together with CST. The big issues around it were salary piece, which has been fixed. bringing this forward tonight. I just want to, for approval, so we can go ahead and address those needs with this position. Just want to let you know, we'll be bringing it back for an update in the next month, because Carmen let us know there were 2 words that she wanted us to change. So you'll see it again, but we're
Okay.
going to go ahead and to deal with the employee issue, ask you to approve it this evening.
Okay.
Madam President, I'll move to that the board approve the job description for student records technician.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. There are no questions. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes.
Thank you.
4001 with concurrence from our student group. I think that's it. We are done, I think, and it's not even 10:30 yet.
We still have.
Oh, you want to do the board reports? Okay. We could do board reports. Who wants to start? There. Trustee Cowan, you gonna go? I did forget the last time, so we'll do your board reports.
Sure, I think I
'Cause
probably
these people are
said most of what I
dying.
was gonna say. The only other thing is, reminder that the FAFSA or Cal Grant applications are due March 2nd, and there's some really great free online seminars, Cash for College. One is tomorrow night at 5:30, and the other one is March 1st. And you just go to csac.ca.gov to learn how to get free money for college. The FAFSA is the free application for federal student aid that you can fill out if you are a citizen. And the California Dream Act application is for undocumented students. And I feel like it's really important for us not to put this all on the one college counselor that exists at each school site. It's really something that if we really work together as a team, but as students, student leadership, parents, PTA groups, and advisors and all counselors to really make sure that 100% of our seniors fill this out by March 2nd.
Trustee McFerrin?
I'll be very brief. I've been going to my regular meetings, Budget Advisory Council last week, but also last week I got to go to a meeting for the Core Literature and Nonfiction Supplemental Reading List Revision Committee. And that was a great meeting to attend. There were maybe about 14 or 15 people in attendance from various spots in our community in different roles. And so I am really excited to see this work progress and go to the next meeting. We do have an ABAR meeting coming up on Monday, and hopefully we'll be looking at the progress for adopting a BERT program in the district. So we have that to look forward to. And last, I want to say that I was able to last night attend the women's basketball game at Mount Ebel High School. And you might not know, but our women's team had an incredible season. 5 of our students have scholarships moving forward, which is really exciting. So it was a good evening, and it was great to see the community supporting our team.
Very good. Trustee Fowler?
I'll keep mine as brief as possible. So for the Corn Extended Novels List meeting, there was Actor Student Advisory Committee members there as well. I unfortunately got the dates mixed up, so I wasn't able to attend, but I just wanted to point that out, that the students' voices are getting involved in the diversifying the English curriculum. And then we also had a Student Advisory Committee last week where club leaders from Northgate and College Park shared their experiences with their clubs and how it's impacted their community. I also attended a Black Youth discussion with the Assembly member, Rebecca Bauer Cahan. See, I always forget her last name, but she was really great. And it was nice to see a bunch of Black student leaders all across the county come together and talk about certain issues. There was also, for the National Student Board Member Association, I did present at the Inclusive Curriculum meeting about the work I've been doing in this district regarding diversifying the English curriculum. And then lastly, I know that we're readjusting the mask policies on the 28th by the state, correct? Or I just wanted to say that I do trust health professionals if we do what the state tells us to do. And I do believe masks work. And if a health professional and expert is telling me that it stops the spread of COVID, I'm going to believe it. And I know many students who also advocate for the safety of our students in schools so we do not get shut down. And then lastly, just a friendly reminder that as board, we do serve the students and value their opinion immensely. So just please respect their opinion regardless of whether we agree or don't agree with our community. Thank you.
Trustee Mayo?
Thank you. I did attend the parent advisory meeting and the Measure J and Measure C meetings. If you always want a good show, please attend the Measure J and Measure C meetings. There's always something exciting that goes on at those meetings. I know I had a rant earlier today, and I apologize for that. I do want to say that Sacramento City School District bond rating was lowered by Fitch because of their deficit spending. So this ultimately affects school districts and affects taxpayers' pocketbooks in the end. Should we have to go out for another bond and choose to sell bonds? We still have some bonds to sell with Measure J, and if our tax rating is lowered, it will be more expensive for our taxpayers. That is important for our community, and it's a repercussion that most people don't recognize. Normally I'm a very optimistic person, though most people probably don't think that, but I am very concerned about the promising state California cash flow. We have the climate change, the fires that have affected us this last year, and that's not going to go away. And we have the looming police action in Europe. Many of my family members have served in the military. This is not something that I laugh at casually because I take it very seriously. I just repeated myself, I'm sorry. And as we already noted, the pandemic has already increased Mount Diablo's cost of goods and supplies. And now there will be a major increase in fuel. This is going to affect the economy in the state of California, and we may see some results of that before June 30th of this year. So I'm a little more cautious than some of the members of our community are, and I apologize if I sounded too pessimistic today, but I am very concerned about upcoming things that are happening in our state and internationally. Thank you.
I'll be very brief. I have attended my DLAC and PAC and student advisory meetings. They were very engaging conversations at all of them. And I know none of them are listening because it's way too late, but I told 4 of my teens in Bay Point, I would give them a shout out. I wouldn't give their last name, so I wouldn't embarrass them, but Vanessa, Raphael, Anthony, and Damien all came out and worked in the garden because Mr. Lee's been recuperating from his knee replacement and has been unable to weed it. So they came out and spent 2 hours with us. And then we took them all out to lunch at Big Daddy Ross's. So thank you guys. It was appreciated.
Madam President, we still have 2 members of the audience. One of you spoke during the items previously. Did you submit a public comment card under 8.1?
No, she spoke.
And you spoke already.
And she's with her, I think.
Okay. I just wanted to, normally when we
if we cut it off, we can finish at the end of the meeting.
So I wanted to make sure that if you had submitted a card, you got the opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are adjourned. Thank you, ladies. Stayed till the very last minute.